Button has been pressed. That's right.
Alright. I'd managed to block what Aya did out of my memory until I saw the portrait.
Fast.
She just hands out fast.
I am speed. I'm very fast now. Boots. Someone.
Needed. Probably needed.
Questionable, but potentially useful.
Alright, you are.
I'm not sure about
out
Nosman.
for right now. Okay. We're gonna do a move.
I'm excited. Ah, yes, we've discovered this.
Yes.
Alright,
Just can't remember if we had anything on Nazareth.
that's fair enough. I think we did, but I guess we'll find out. What does Love Machine 3322 do?
That's the 100% fire
Right,
resist.
okay. Right, it needs to be on her. We have a 50% fire resist thing, or?
So you're getting.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's the legendary, or it's the all resistance plus 12 one they put on Komachi.
For now.
Oh no.
You will be fine. Not touching the stars. Okay. Okay. Attack.
Right. Oh, I see what you're doing.
350.
It's time for the big brain.
500.
Get ready. Oh no.
6.
Oh no. It's time for extending arm.
All right. Refresh myself on what you do. Self buff.
Physical
Big hit.
damage.
Yeah, big hit.
Big hit.
Yeah.
Big delay. Big cost.
Just good.
Nothing special. Yeah. Ah, that's right.
Okay.
I'll grab numbers as needed.
That was my other thought. Alright.
I'm kind of really annoyed that Komachi is currently at 776 HP.
just doing it to mess with you.
Just one off.
Just
Dog,
one
come
off.
on.
Then she'll be doing 777 damage all battle along. Where are we? Notori? Not Parsi. Notori.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing that I wanted to do was to reboot Rumia.
Right, yeah, because she was swapped over to damage when you can swap back to support.
Yeah. Now that she no longer needs to just be a blaster,
Well,
she
yeah,
can heal again.
everybody's at 17.
Right. Or better in some case. Or no, did we unify?
We unified.
Okie doke. What can you... A whole bunch. but mostly demarcation.
Demarcation.
Alright, here it is.
We have side healer.
Yep.
Alright. You can't get anything. We're gonna go through real quick. No.
Yes, but it's silly. No.
Okay. Alright, understandable.
That's some pretty good attack. As those numbers are large.
Numbers are quite large.
That's some number. Yeah, wow, okay.
As it turns out, her passive is real dumb.
That's maintenance, or?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that does bonkers things if you just spec into one thing.
Maintenance, which just... Hey, you know that sword that gives 36% attack? What if it instead gave 72?
Yep.
You have 2 of them, so...
I have 2 of them, and then also put a 24 on her as well.
Magic tank harder. I guess everything tank, really.
Oh, fire. Okay, you can actually get their affinities up as well.
Yes.
I believe it's a
It's-
percentage.
It is. It is percentage. So, like, you know, cold and mystic, you won't see anything if you put a point into it.
Right.
And also, they're 10 times as expensive.
Yes. But yeah, more to the point, it's that it's better at improving strengths than it is at shoring up weaknesses.
Exactly.
Unlike the, I think, stat increase. Are the stat increases also percentages, or are they flat number?
Whenever you increase, it's not 1-to-1 at the very least.
Well, no.
Because, like,
But
whenever you do
is it linear? Is the question.
I have no idea.
Okay, fair enough. Actually, I'm being very silly. Hang on.
Alright, I put 20 points into HP.
What was the facility that let you do that? Magic school?
Yes.
Okay.
Magic.
Magic library.
Did I put points? Yeah, I put a bunch of points into Chen's speed.
Oh yeah, as
Unbelievably
Chad has
fast
mentioned,
cat.
if you want to add a jillion points to somebody, you can press A to add 10 points at a time.
Oh, cool.
Which may prove useful in the future, I suspect.
Yes.
Now then, where
All
are
right.
we?
You are significantly stronger than you were last time when fighting Moko, I think. It feels
Yeah.
like it anyway.
Yeah, really the big question in my mind is, are we stronger enough to survive the wave of hell fucking she does to us
No.
after she goes down?
Who knows?
Okay.
It will be an experiment.
Kamachi is. Kamachi definitely
yeah,
is.
and
But
yeah, as long as we can ensure Kamachi lives, we'll be fine. But we do need to ensure Kamachi is buffed and at full health when that starts. Anyhow, here we go.
Alright, first move. That. Yeah, defense is up.
that'll guarantee Momiji survives even against the one that she's weak to.
Well,
Oof!
Didn't
That's-
guarantee Reimu survived, though. Damn, okay.
that sucks.
That's not good. I'm not sure if it's instantly disastrous, but it ain't great.
It could be better.
It could be better. So, Kaine? I assume she's our attack buffer.
Yes. You'll to see that.
She's there for that reason. Hey, Ramiya. Well, that works. Actually, no, yeah, you want Kazan in as soon as possible. My bad.
Because, like, this game has a Final Fantasy 1 style, like, they're more likely to attack the left side of the screen,
Yeah,
right?
it does have the
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 1, like,
There.
order in party effects thing. Hey,
Yeah.
speed down stuck is good.
So the fact that they targeted Reimu with a specific, just gonna punch
Yeah,
it
a
really
single
hard.
target punch is very
Just bad luck.
cool. Yeah, it
Yeah.
sucked. All right.
This is fine.
No, in Final Fantasy 1, the character out farthest in the front is straight up 50% of the time attacked, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's 50, 25, 12.5, 12.5, but I could be wrong on that. In Final Fantasy 2, it is broken. In the sense that party member 1 gets attacked way less than they should, and it's distributed to one or more of the other party members.
Alright.
Here we go. Time.
I'm ready for this.
I'm
Alright,
finished
Itari,
farming.
what can you do?
Just picture her bursting into the battle like anti-mage. Oh, that was
Nice
Sandy.
miss. Whoa!
Yeah, okay.
That was a good hit, too.
Alright,
Fire the
Alright.
super scope, Notori.
Yeah, it's a scope, hard super scope. Let's see what this does.
Let's see here. Big number!
That'll do, Notori.
Oh, I made the number big.
She brought a gun.
Ooh,
And
okay.
that only hit Kassen.
Yeah, that's actually lucky.
That is lucky as hell is what that was.
Man, that is a real good heal. Oh, yeah, okay.
No being overconfident with this, though. Because,
No. But we're looking pretty good right now.
No, the problem...
Luigi's damage is suffering a little bit from, the swapping off of the swords and all
Yes.
that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the cost of big super scope.
And on top of that, that was her secondary role anyway, right?
Yeah,
she's supposed
she's
to
our
be tank more than
not
anything
our
else. so-
not our primary damage dealer.
Mhm.
Damage on her is great.
Nice silence again.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest if you have like free turns on your fourth slot, you may wish to swap Chen in and have her take a few pokes so you can try and stick heavy.
That was the
On the
big
other
thing.
hand.
So I came to the realization, I was thinking about this,
Yes.
contemplating stuff as you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I came to the realization of that cold attack is probably magic based. That's probably why it was destroying Momiji.
Probably,
Huh.
yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
why I put the big mind boost.
Oh, the
on
mind
her.
up on her. Yeah, got it.
And it seems to be working. Yeah.
Mhm.
It-
All right,
All
please
right,
hit.
Kieran,
Please
do
hit.
you
First
think?
hit. Let's go. Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Uh,
Gonna keep prodding her with it so you don't have to do it as often, or is she already at minus 50?
no, Cherno
Oh, okay.
just sets her to max.
Cherno just turbo slows. Okay, got it.
Yeah, Cherno
On top of that,
knows what
like-
she's doing.
it's decent damage off turn now, too.
It is.
Like,
Yeah.
no, you never got to feel bad about using it.
Cherno is in the weird position of being just incredibly useful for
Yeah,
one
see what
turn
Chen
at
can
a
do.
time. All right, here we go. It's time.
Be careful. I feel like she's about to die.
Oh, it's time. Yes.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Mako's about to go. If she does the row attack and it doesn't miss, then Chen is already
Then
dead.
Chen just explodes.
It's fine. Chen, I think, actually will go first. Nope. It's fine.
And it's fine.
Lucky you. Here we go. Yeah, it's Flight of Itaten that we're spamming, I think. Okay.
The thing is, that
The damage adds up.
adds up, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Nah,
Yeah, like,
I got a
yeah,
little.
that's not great.
I got
I
greedy.
figured you were going to go for Minoriko, but it wouldn't have made a difference in that case.
Yeah.
Is Nitori... No, Nitori's not back online yet. This is going to be awkward.
Cherno actually has decent defensive stats, doesn't she?
We'll see what happens.
Oh, she is also probably intensely weak to fire, so...
Yes,
We'll see what happens.
there is that. But she can also just spam Icicle Fall for decent damage, so we don't actually care that much there. If she takes it on the chin, it happens. Okay! Simmer down there, Cherno.
Well, Hasanako, you can punch a piece of ice. That's fine.
Yeah, ice is notoriously brittle.
It's fine.
God damn it.
Komachi probably does need to be healed for what it's worth to survive at this point.
Yeah, that is the
kind of
next
gonna be
move.
swapping for
Probably just
Rumia?
demarcation would be fine.
Yes.
Yeah, because like Kassen could use it too.
That adds up, you know.
powerful attacking character, Cherno.
Yeah,
Jesus
I've looked this up, and
Christ.
it turns out this is also a notoriously hard boss. Kamachi being weakened is actually really bad, because that means that her counter is going to do very little. Even with the attack down, actually, she still is doing pretty decent damage there.
Yep. Okay. Here we... Well, no. Take us home, Cherno.
Oh, come on!
No, it's fine. It's fine. I got this.
Alright.
Do we... Which... High damage.
Poison.
High damage, good delay. Let's go.
Go for it. Okay.
Okay, yeah, she does come back with all of her debuffs.
Alright.
Shit.
What the fuck?
She didn't have.
Why
any
did it do
defense
so much
buffs.
this
She
time?
didn't have any offensive
have any
debuffs
defense.
on.
No,
No.
no,
We didn't have...
you did not have any defensive buffs.
I
on.
didn't have any defensive. She did not have an attack down.
Yeah, basically
Okay,
everything
alright.
that could go wrong did go wrong.
It's fine. We now know that we can get there pretty easily.
Yes, yeah. We,
Yeah, that-
we can
that
now
was-
do the damage race without too much difficulty.
That was comparatively, painless compared to the last couple of
Okay.
times.
Also,
Good.
we now
she hits
know
Momiji, everything's fine.
Cherno. Cherno does numbers.
Yeah, Cherno can just shit out damage if she catches a couple of buffs from kind of
Okay.
like 1,000 damage a turn on something as low delay as her bicycle fall is just bananas.
It also really hurt that we lost Reimu, like, immediately that last fight.
Yeah, given our strategy. Ish. So we need to have Moko debuffed heavily before we kill her.
There we go. There's some attack down.
That is an interesting idea. If we keep Aya and Chen in at the end, we might be able to fish for a dodge. Because their evasion is bonkers.
And because Momiji's not main DPS anymore, we can actually start just using her to swap people out.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody... Oh, yeah. Momiji needs the healing. It's just who's going to do it. Yeah.
I feel like Rumi is faster. That is based on nothing.
We'd have to check. Actually, you know what? I have to check. Hang on.
Yeah, you kind of pushed the envelope there a little bit.
Did somebody just get owned while I wasn't looking?
No.
Not
Close.
quite.
Rumia has relatively poor speed, 102 base.
Alright.
But, let me check something real quick. Demarcation resets your bar to 40% of total. It's not, not blazingly fast. It's not miserably slow.
Why are you like this?
Every time I tab out, man.
It's fine.
Yeah, I was checking to see what Super Scope does, and it actually resets her to actually 0. Well, hey, the speed down stuck. One more.
There we go.
Mirror is a debuff or a defense buff, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's just we have Great Hawk Ray Barrier for that, I guess.
Yes. That was part of the plan last time, but things got a little silly.
Yeah, when Reimu gets owned
All right.
immediately, it's Shen. Actually, what's Moko's turn looking like? Okay, that's too high for that.
One more ice claw.
Sure. This stands a significant chance of her getting exploded, but not this time, apparently.
What's your definition of significant?
There are a large
heal.
number of moves that could have done it, right? Like the single target attack, the single target fire.
But she was in the
multi-target.
back row.
Yeah, I guess. She's not particularly physically durable.
One demarcation.
Mm-hmm.
And now
Swap.
it's time.
It's time for true power.
Crumb missed this last time. Crumb. We did some real bullshit.
Why did that do... What?
She
Because
has
Newbie
both
stacked-
swords on her.
Newbie stacked every attack up item we have onto her, which
Sure.
means she's getting some absurd plus, like, I think it's plus 190% attack. Like, her attack is very close to 1,000 right now, and that ability is 15 MP, uses her entire bar, and does a gargantuan amount of damage.
192%, and basically what it is that Nitori right now is physical version of Marisa.
She's physical Master Spark
Well,
right now.
speaking of which,
Yes.
I'm just gonna go for it now, so
need,
she
you
keeps
need
all those
Komachi
sneaky
to have
buffs.
defense up.
this is not going to kill.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just gonna whittle her to close. We also need to have her attack debuffed, which is probably the more important one.
She is.
Well,
No, we're good.
It did not kill, in fact.
wait. It did not kill. Okay.
You're
We're
fine.
alive. We're alive.
Time to
Marissa
readjust.
bails.
Okay. Get the barrier. With this barrier.
Moko does have an attack debuff on right now.
It's pretty minor, but yes, she does. Well, that's better. Maybe. Yeah, do we want to heal slash... Well, here we go.
We won 3 swords.
I'm not hitting her. You don't want to risk it.
Yeah, you want Komachi at max health, and you want to make sure everything else is done up proper.
Okay. She may die, but...
I think she'll get her hit off before.
Yep.
Yeah, you can swap Rumia back out now if you wanted to, although getting the buff on is more important.
There we go. Okay. We just want to be in positive buff state. That's the heavy.
Not ideal, but not.
And
She
That
can't be
is a
swapped.
problem
She's
for
heavy.
that, yeah.
It's fine.
She can still heal, which we do want.
It's fine. We are in kill
Fine.
mode.
Demarcation.
Yes. Cap her off.
As high as you can crank it.
That's gonna have to do it.
Guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
The problem was that her attack debuff wore off literally right before she used it.
Alright, it's time to do it the hard way then. Start boosting.
Yeah, she's not high
I mean,
enough,
she just
but-
has other attacks.
No, she's
and they're
only
cold,
going to do
so-
the super move now.
I
Sure?
think it actually probably would have been better off if you just done normal attacks with her.
All right.
Because they're
All right, Chen.
All right, Chen. Give us the business. S.
and that's
God.
dead.
No, it's not.
Wait,
Chen
fast,
is
that's right.
invincible. The strongest, the greatest. Here she be.
How's been paralyzed?
also decent damage because
Also
she's
true.
weak to it as well.
Fuck's sake, Chen.
You might as well just start hitting her with whatever you got.
Yeah. Please
Paralysis.
die. Oh, thank Christ. Please die.
Something.
Oh yeah. It's time. We must have Rocket Aya. Oh, that works too, I suppose.
This is what I was thinking of.
Ayas.
Fantasy Seal. Should be damage. That's damage.
Please die.
I think you got
Oh
this.
my god. Fall down.
Hit him. Just hit.
Just punch.
This should do it.
Yeah.
That did
Yes! A winner is you. Well done.
5 goodies.
That was friggin'
Oh shit!
incredible.
That's a drop rate up.
Sure is.
Recovering armband and charred ashes.
Recovery armband sounds like it might be a piece of equipment. Hoo boy, that was a heck of a fight. Oh, look at you complaining about somebody going all out. Well, I guess kinda has my back on this. Somebody screenshot that. Welp. At least I have none. Or had, I guess, since I've already eaten dinner. Well, we did it.
What?
Everything's-
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a main equipment.
Ooh.
Really interesting.
Also makes you hungry 6 times faster.
Oh, I see. That feels like a roguelike reference.
In particular,
like
that feels like an ADOM reference for some reason to me. I don't know for sure. But
There aren't so it specifically says you need stealth wall walking or this, and having played a fair amount of ADOM, there isn't really that much in the way of wall walking. There's tunneling, absolutely, but wall walking, no.
I think the day of Momiji being dog cannon is fast. Momiji is now
No.
hard tank.
Now she is dog shield.
Yes.
And doing a great job of it.
Yeah, and the other thing, oh, you know what it is? It's Shiren the Wanderer.
Yes. Yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah, that's a Sheeran joke right there.
Yes, especially because the accessory slot was called Armband in Shiren.
I see.
And because I am a fool, I actually got through the end of the main game of Shiren the Wanderer and then took one look at the post game and went, no, I'm out.
That's a
Which is
fun.
probably the correct answer.
That's a fine walking around team.
So, I feel like the moment you really buff Chen's attack to the moon, she will become unreasonably good.
Yes.
But you have to get there.
Yeah, she's a work in progress at the moment. Although, you
She's
know,
still fun to use.
I'm really hoping for her to stick heavy on stuff.
I don't think we have that on her yet. 3 of them.
Which?
3 of them.
The heavy.
I thought it was a piece of main equipment that we put on her.
Oh.
We can check.
I was unaware that that's what this thing did.
Yeah, you've been holding those.
Yeah, because, again...
We can reset them with the Tomes of Reincarnation, so yeah, if you want to use something like that, we can. We can use all the tomes if you're so inclined.
Go back to Hakuroken. You have Yomu,
yeah, we picked it up in order to recruit Yomu. We just have no idea why it's in our inventory.
Unlike the other ones, which are taken away.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably it'll be used for something else later, but we don't know what.
Drugs. Well,
do we have somebody who feels like we need, or feel like they need this skill point? Nope.
So that actually opens up
favorite.
a couple of places to go. Because,
oh, that's a toggle switch. Got it.
Yeah, they turned off the switches by the base walking place. So.
Oh, I see. Beating Moko puts a switch where we can flip it.
Oh.
Hey, we can finally get that last chest on the first floor.
Yeah. Per Hasanico in the chat, Hakuroken might be a trigger item for story events where things get cut. So that's why it stayed in your inventory, because if you don't have it, things don't happen.
Thematically, Hakuroken is not the thing that Yomu uses as a sword most of the time. Hakuroken is the more important side one that's not used.
It's the symbol of her status as a gardener, I guess?
Officially, no, she's not a gardener. That's what she does most of the time, but her actual job is she's a fencing teacher.
I see.
For Yuko. Yuko has no interest in learning.
I was gonna say, does Yuko need a fencing? Excuse me?
Mighty growing tree.
Hey, okay.
Mr. Midnight.
Oh,
hey.
There you go. That was really good.
Yeah, it's one of each of the passive gain things.
Mm-hmm. In fact, the money growing tree was your first one of those so far.
Hooray! More money.
More money, which money is actually wildly important in this, that you can just spend up a character.
Because we can just lob fistfuls of cash at stat. Alright.
Did you want to check what that item was? Oh, no, you got it. I'm sorry, I forgot that it was automatically happened.
Oh.
The Yomu has 2 swords, is the thing. She's got a...
Are they like one of the paired set or whatever they're called?
They are a daisho.
Daisho? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Sort of. It's Rokan-ken and Hakuroken. Rokan-ken is like Watchtower sword, and Hakuroken is like white something sword. I don't remember exactly why.
You know, we'll take it. I'm not sure what we'll use it for, but we'll take it because we take everything that isn't nailed down.
Get it up.
Get it up, V.
What?
Really?
Seems like something vampires drink when they want to show their true form, but this kind of true form is desired only by that vampire anyway.
What is a man indeed?
Oh, she doesn't need this anymore at the very least.
It seems really fucking good. It's all stats plus 20%.
Yeah,
why the fuck not actually? Hold up.
All stats plus 20. Just everything.
Oh, it's a Shadow Hearts reference.
That's a Shadow Hearts reference, yeah.
Yeah.
Get It Up are a... That is specifically a reference to the post-game of 1, I think, because that's something that Keith gets. I believe that's part of Keith's thing, yeah.
I believe it, having only seen Shadow Hearts Covenant, which is a much sillier game than the aesthetic would have suggested.
Oh,
I heard Shadow Hearts 1 was a lot more serious than Shadow Hearts.
It has its moments.
Right. Whereas Covenant is goofy 90% of the time and then occasionally gets serious. But, like, I very strongly remember a scene where even when plot things are happening, the main character is dancing with a dog in the background because he just could not be bothered that day.
Okay, for what it's worth, that dog is super fucking cool, though.
I mean, he is, but just, like, the fact that it calmly allows this is funny in itself.
That dog, there's an entire side quest over the course of that game with that dog, and the dogfight side quest is so good.
Including the Shard dog. It's just
The-
Shuichi Ikeda.
The
in
Shard Dog
form.
and the Black Tri-Stars dogs.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm gonna check something real quick because I've actually been a little curious about this.
Sure. What's up?
Wrong one.
This time for sure.
Foes don't respawn.
I guess not. Yeah, normally in like Touhou, in Etrian Odyssey, it'd be a number of days, but that obviously isn't the case here.
Yeah, it's been a very long time since we killed that foe in particular.
Right. So they don't respawn. That's fine.
Actually,
That just means they're big, sort of quasi-fixed, quasi-optional bosses.
foes respawn after you enter 14 times.
Yeah, so keep going back in again and again and again and again.
I see. Interesting. We should save at some point, but
I was kidding.
Newbie wasn't.
Well, floor 4 is dead now. Time to go to floor 5.
Oh, it's just cleared. Got it.
It was just those two things?
Well, Minorco is here, and Rock is open now. Well, place your bets. I don't know who this is, and I already hate it. Oh, it's you two.
I guess because we beat both their boss fights, they're here now.
Yeah.
And now you fight both at the same time.
Oh my fucking lord, no.
I would log off immediately.
I see. Stupid competitions are happening. Got it.
These two are best buds. It doesn't seem like it, but they are.
I can't help but feel like this squabble is probably fairly representative.
Pretty.
So, actually, the funny thing is that, honestly, we've never actually seen them get into an actual argument in canon.
Just because of the way the games are structured?
Well, no, it's just... They've never shown up together is the weird thing like that.
That's what I mean by the
it's-
way the games are structured, right? They can't...
And not
because
just the
they're both
games.
bosses, they... Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's... Remember, this is a multimedia franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Inaba had them interact a little bit, but the Inaba is one of those the loose strokes thing.
Oh, just pick one.
I'm assuming you probably get to recruit one of the two here, and then you recruit the other one later. Then
Yeah.
you don't choose.
That makes sense to me.
All right, so going off of what my guess is here,
Moko.
Moko is able to. Probably they both have like the ability to revive like once or something in
Something
their
like
fight.
that,
The
yeah,
same
that
way they
seems
did that
about
because
right.
they're both immortal.
Mhm.
They're probably both tough if I had to guess. Moko likely regenerates constantly. Kaguya probably just is like more of just a generic tank.
Magic
Moko
tank.
likely does mostly fire damage. Kaguya probably does a spread of damage types, if I had to guess.
Do we remember what Kaguya's fight worked like?
Not really. She was just the first. She was a third floor fight, so she was just like first introduction to this person does magic damage instead.
Right, and we
In
do
a lot
remember
of
she was
AoE.
basically immune
You don't have
to
that
a
many
lot of
mages.
magic.
I don't.
Yeah,
You don't have that
don't.
many mages, so Kaguya
Remember,
might be a
Io
better
was
choice here.
necessary because we didn't have a wind mage for the longest time, so there is that. Would you like me to check a number, or do you want to do this blind?
Yeah, do it blind.
Okay. Oh no. Aw, I wanted us to pick Mogo, but oh well. Farewell. Honestly, I know how Kaguya feels here.
Kaguya's actual characterization, she doesn't appear that often, but she actually just appeared again recently. She's actually a huge goofball, is the thing.
I
Kaguya is
understand. It's just like the expression of consternation when somebody realizes you've made an unspeakably stupid joke is just A+. Perfect. It's best if you can slow roll it. Also, now that now that the event is finished, the Princess of the Moon has joined us. Assuming that's what she is in the story. I'm going off of the.
She's the bamboo
She's
princess.
actually in exile from the moon.
I see.
In this, yeah. She escaped the moon, and Eren murdered a whole lot of people to make that work. She is still Kaguya-hime and all of that, but she and it's possible actually that she is also Chang'e, but it's not actually clear or not.
As in
Chang'e,
the wife of the Heavenly Archer?
yes.
From that other... Yeah, okay. Elixir of Immortality story. Got it.
So funny thing is that you were talking about one of two wives of that Heavenly Archer. Believe it or not, that other wife is also a character in Touhou.
Is she also immortal, or did I just not hear that story?
No. Junko is different.
Okay. Okay. So now we need to experience some numbers because you need to go take a look at
Well,
Kaguya's stat page.
it's actually something I want to check out because I realized I've been remiss in doing this. I haven't been looking at the character classes.
Ordinary black
So
magician.
yeah, the one armed horn hermit, symbol of abundance and harvest.
Dropped and low plateaued Shinigami. As
That's
in reclining,
title.
I think, is the way that that's supposed to be.
Teddy Patrol Tengu.
Traditional reporter of fantasy. Small fairy voice. Flying mysterious shrine maiden. Yokai of the dusk. Shinigami of the Shinigami of the yokai.
Shikigami.
Yep.
Shinigami is a reaper.
Right,
Shikigami
yes.
is a servitor.
FB's knowledge and history. Aquatic engineer. Okay.
And that's our 12.
Chenza is so long that it gets cut off because the Shikigami of the yokai boundaries, I believe,
Yes.
is what it is.
Of the gap yokai. Is generally how I've had it seen.
I feel like
translated.
yokai boundaries might make more actual sense.
Unmoving used
Unmoving
goods.
used goods seller. That's a title.
It's accurate. Although he very rarely actually ever sells them.
More of a collector, really.
Half human, half phantom gardener. I would have also accepted half human, half phantom, half
And
baked.
half gardener.
No, she's full gardener.
I thought she was a full sword instructor.
Oh no, she is a full gardener. She's just not officially a gardener.
I see. I guess that makes a difference.
She's also just kind of a general, the cheery forgotten umbrella. Makes sense. She's also just a general servant as well.
Right.
Like, she just does a lot of stuff.
The factotum of the mansion.
Parsi's the one that I'm actually interested in.
What?
She's on the ground. You meet her underground.
I see.
She is just a random yokai that you run into when you're trying to figure out what's going on with all the spirits flying out from underground.
She lives on and under a bridge. She's a Hashihime, which is the kind of
Gotta
yokai
put
that
this
she is.
child in our party. I need the poisons.
It's a firefly.
Yeah.
It's not just a bug. And then Nazarin was...
Little Dowser General.
Not to be confused with Little Dowser specific.
Why is she not in the party?
Nazarin?
Because we had
we
specific
swapped her out for
setups.
Moko.
Yeah, I know, but now she could probably stay in the party, right?
This is getting
way.
hard.
I mean, at this point, I think we're actually going to start rotating fairly constantly and like just swapping people in whenever we have a specific need.
But right now, you have to keep Minariko in the party because she opens up the doorway.
Right.
Minariko needs to be in the party.
We could
And
probably
Chen
drop
actually
off.
needs to stay in the party because Chen needs to build
Oh
up
right,
stuff.
to get BP or whatever it
Yes.
is. But
We should
could
also
prob-
just check out what Kaguya does
Yeah,
at this
I'm
point.
working
Yeah, I
on
was
that.
gonna say.
'Cause I'm
we could
u-
probably put one of Marissa or
probably.
like yeah. There's all sorts of people in the general core that we can swap in.
Okay.
All right. So
Let's look at
prepare to
your
feast
base
your eyes on a
numbers.
heck of a yeah.
Wow.
So D has absolute trash evasion. 2. Also, 60 HP is not great, and
Get-
by not
get-
great, I
Resistant
mean
to
it's
everything except for physical damage.
yes.
Gets
Her
hit.
MP recover rate is terrible.
Yes.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Trash MP recovery, absolutely awful evasion.
Sinner of Eternity and the Instantaneous.
That feels like a translation error of some kind.
It's not.
Weird.
But yes.
I'm
it's-
not gonna get into it. It's complicated.
So again, just pointing out the thing of she is the bamboo princess, and the one that does the whole like the 5 impossible requests. So there's the jeweled
Yeah.
branch.
Robo Fire Rat.
I think in Imperishable Night, all of her spell cards are just the names of the requests.
A number of them are. Not all of them are.
But yes, here we go. Dragon Neck Jewel, the Buddha Stone Bowl, Swallows
Cowrie
Shell.
Shell, and the Bullet Branch of Horai.
And also
And
the Robo Fire Rat.
Robo Fire Rat is one of her passives, for what it's worth.
They also have an interaction.
E.
So Aaron, Reisan, Kaguya, Tei. So you can have a full party of 4. If Tei is in this game.
Or,
I guess we're gonna find
I'm doing mental math, but give me a second here. Moko?
Moko
She
shouldn't
count?
count.
Okay.
She's not from Mantei.
Wait. Kaguya, why do you have a 0 heavy resistance?
Don't worry about it.
And also
Because
10
she is
in each of poison
A
and
common
paralysis.
joke is that she is a lazy shut-in.
I see.
That is not the
Also,
case.
Gets
but,
a turn. 75% chance to eat an MP and gain piercing.
Uh-huh. Although consider that her MP regeneration is not good.
It's bad, yeah. But
Fire damage reduction. There's your fire rat robe.
Mhm.
Desire to rest.
okay, here we go.
Here we go. Okay, this is why.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. When you swap her out, she regains MP.
Wait, no, hold on, go back. From the front to the back. Okay, making sure it wasn't
Yeah,
back
when you
to the
swap
front
her
as well.
out, you gain level times 6% HP.
This
and level
also
times
right here shores up her bad MP recovery rate as well.
Aha! Yes.
Oh, so speed affects your recovery rate too.
Yeah,
Interesting.
because it's when you get a turn, I would guess, that you tick.
Yeah.
And that happens whether you're in back or front.
All right, so here we
Mystic.
go. Generic all damage spell.
You.
Mystic typing is nice.
Spirit typing reduces mind and defense.
And increases all the caster stats.
God.
Nature spell, all enemies.
Lowers the effect.
Oh,
Oh, it ticks down all effects or negative effects on her.
Okay.
Pew pew pew.
And then just generic strong spell.
Yeah, generic Mark II.
So she's got 2 spirits, a nature, and a mystic.
Yes. And both the nature, both the middle two have like significant rider effects that you may want to use them for.
Good stuff.
This is interesting, but she is a character who I feel you need to fit into a particular party. Much like Parsi, who is another character in search of a gimmick right now.
Okay, that's
Here we
13
go.
magic on level. And 12 mind.
She has very low HP.
I'm sorry, I just looked over at Moko's stat page, and my goodness me.
I would
I would
assume
assume-
Moko is much more specialized than Kaguya is.
So Kaguya's has like 3 all-star stats, which are base MP, magic and mind. Moko has like 1 very high stat. She's not quite as chuffy as Komachi is, but she's pretty high up there. She also has 4 MP recovery a turn base, which is nice. Excuse me?
She
Chen.
apparently also levels incredibly slow.
Yes.
Kaguya does.
But Chen, 4 levels.
She's fast at everything, okay?
Until I see another boss fight, just gonna
Right.
keep leveling everybody up.
Yeah, maybe we undo this and put it all into defense or defense and mind? HB? There's a lot of things we could use this.
So. There we go. I feel like Yomu is a later game character because
A lot of her abilities have a million levels.
exactly
Yes.
that's why like late game when you can like super invest into her abilities. She
No,
will,
newbie. You
What?
have to give Cherno 9s in everything.
Damn, you're right. What a fool I am.
Don't worry about it. Old fucking joke.
God damn it. It is an old joke, I'm sorry.
It's a pet peeve of mine that these are jokes from like 20 years ago. We can forget
That's
about
alright,
them
so
sometimes.
is this game. No, this is only a game from 10 years ago. Nevertheless, I contend that is still valid. Do we want to put 1,000,000 points in Aya's attack? Like, mostly what we've been using her for is the utility. That's more like it.
What was the Chivo I got anyway?
I actually don't remember. I see. Okay.
Makes
Nothing
sense.
to worry about.
Oh. I'll tell you about swapping out characters. Tell you about we took the good shit off.
Well, here we are.
If you find a item that has an MP recovery rate boost on her, like on someone,
Then she
that'd
goes
be-
bananas, yes.
Yeah.
Seems like that would be a main equipment thing.
I'm
I
actually-
feel almost like we have one already.
Look at this. Weird
Yeah.
magic tank that she is.
Yeah, that's fair. He's kind of a... Do we have a manga meet with nobody to equip it?
I think it's because we took it off of somebody else.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, you have the accuracy up.
Do we need Kaine in the core party? Or something?
Huh?
That's just a random thought. I'm not actually... Basically, my thought was, if we want to see more other characters, do we want Kaine in the core party right now, or do we swap her in for boss fights? Is she a core walking around character?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, but for now, I've already done so much
That's
character
fair.
adjustment. I just, kinda
I just figured I'd ask. Have this meet.
What do you do?
Uh,
I remember. Like,
she
oh,
last hits things.
Yes, right. She needs the last hit, and she's all magic.
And also, we put a bunch of points in dowsing, and I don't remember what it does.
Huge.
Just the image of Chen walking around with two giant swords is
Two giant
Oh.
swords and a stick.
potent. Fuck it.
Who is holding Blade Cuisinart? Is it Notori? Or Legendary Blender, or whatever it's called.
Oh, it's Komachi.
Okay. Fair enough. Oh yeah, it has just an enormous pile of stats.
Which actually, that's who I was keeping in the team constantly.
I mean,
Okay, anyway, back to floor 4. Finally.
Right.
Got there.
5, you mean?
is that floor 5?
Back to floor 4.
Right.
I mean, you could just walk down to 4th floor to prove a point.
Okay. So,
right, where were we going again?
that's a good question.
We could just wander around a little
The,
bit.
the red exclamation points in the bottom right are locked off points.
Hey, it's an FOE. Away we
Take
go.
your time.
This
Take your
was-
time.
We saw what this one was, if I remember right.
No.
It's a.
We can't have this. We're exploring the squares right now. I mean, we might have.
Oh,
come
it's
out- Nope.
another.
Ah.
Jump.
Well, anyway.
2 eels? I don't think you can run away from the eel.
It is a Hydra made entirely out of lamprey. All right.
Gross. Extremely gross. Yeah. Okay.
Quick, use death attacks.
Nice.
Actually,
I was actually going to say there is that, but also if we were going to retry this fight, I would say put Aya in first so she can give turns to people to try and debuff this thing before we die.
This thing is 6 levels higher than most of the
There
team.
is also that. Yes. Ow.
Like, I
Hold
think
on.
there's a possibility, but that would take hour plus.
That's fair.
I already
We could just
spent
avoid.
I already spent an hour in a boss fight once.
Uh-huh.
I just saw the purple notation on the ground for a warp point, and I did not remember that being there before.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
And I want to say the Oh, that's a Chen location. I think the other red exclamation point there. That's the
I
thing where Chen has.
We do have her in the party, right?
Yes.
Can we put her in the main line so she gains the BP faster?
She'll gain BP. Well, that's fair. I was about to say she could also gain BP from jumping in at the end, but if she can just murder in the front row, that's fine.
Yeah, she can triple tap and bounce, or triple tap and stay if we need her to. But
Depends on how quickly things die.
yeah, fair enough. For now, we wander.
Pretty sure she's
Well,
good at killing one of these things. That
True
one.
enough. Oh,
That
right.
one.
Yeah, I forgot. She's actually for that. Nope.
It's fine. You know what? Actually,
Let's see you do your thing. Unk. Yay! Yeah, okay. Do you insist?
it is
Seems
what
pretty
you
good.
do, sir. Sir.
No,
Sir. Sir.
it's fine. It's fine.
Sir. Sir. This is a Denny's.
God damn it. Speaking of old jokes. Well, we're not getting through here for a fucking while.
Oh, it's because we spent the money on the other sake.
Yep.
And then I've been spending them here and then on
Hey,
stats.
it's good to know,
Stats.
so you can come back later.
Right.
That's also a jerk move game.
Oh, it's a row attack. That's why I was like, did it just not hit the strike fish? Did not hit the strike fish.
Where are you taking me?
I guess we find out.
Understood. Have a nice day.
Yeah, it was giving us the
I'm
run.
gonna shit.
Run around intensifies.
Ah, shit. Fish.
En's been doing work.
Mm-hmm.
As it turns out, I gave her 2 large swords. Rude.
Very.
She does hit pretty hard with 2 large swords.
Fair enough.
But
Congratulations, it's fucking nothing!
On the lake.
Nothing. You get nothing.
Good day, sir. Oh wait, there's more.
There's still nothing!
It's still nothing.
Just really emphasizing, you want to get that item, you have to go through eels.
Oh boy. All right. You know what? No, that was a good joke on the game's part. It's funny joke.
It's joke.
Bite. Bite.
You laugh. It's joke.
It's funny, yeah!
Jury's still out. Does Kaguya have like abnormally low TP or something? Because she's currently
Yes.
at 6.
She has
Okay,
12
that's why.
baits.
Okay, that explains it.
See if I get some last hits.
Fair enough. We need the money.
I'm gonna explore the map. Nobody's gonna stop me. Alright, this one, maybe. Maybe, yes!
Yes, it's here. What do we
Ooh.
win? Shoes of Abe's main equipment.
Yes.
I see. They're elevating shoes. Got it. Yes, 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 yes! Haha! It is a DQ reference. Straight on to... No, wait. Chen's already putting something.
Repulsion orb.
No, Cherno's also wielding something. El Kaguya, get some shoes. Help you level faster.
There we go. We got
Yes!
there.
Perfect!
Sure. Does everybody have a main equipment? Okay, Kaine doesn't.
Except Kaine. She really doesn't
Wild.
need it. We've been finding a pretty steady supply of them.
Oh, Lord.
Jerk. We can give it to Notori to get plus 12 XP instead. Or 12% XP. Yeah. Hey, that's good for those coral gems, maybe. Also
Okay.
that.
Nazar deals damage, actually, as
Yes.
well.
That'll be handy. Just sciencing? Oh, well,
Yeah,
never mind.
it's good science.
Great moves. Out of MP.
Hey, Chen. No, she's also out of MP. Hey, yeah.
Machi's a good pick.
That's fair.
I see another foe. Which we already knew about.
We'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
I see another foe.
Sir?
Sir. Sir.
Look at them all.
Foes on parade today, huh?
Sorry. I've been chatting with a couple people on the side.
Fair.
My hometown's going to be insufferable for the next month.
It wasn't already?
It's going to be worse. Hey, Death.
College sports? I'm
Yep.
guessing? Okay.
Sports.
Oh, local sports team. How are they doing?
Local sports team.
They
Apparently
won.
well. Yeah. Is Michigan your hometown? Oh, no.
No.
Right.
worry
University of
about it.
Michigan is a specific town, but I can't remember what it is.
Lansing.
Thank you.
I hate
What?
this.
It's
It
fine.
can't actually touch you. It's along a parallel path. It's not.
It just
able
looks
to-
like it is great.
Ah!
Oh, never mind. It
You were
can.
saying? Time to go, time to go, time to go, time to go.
It's fine.
They.
They can swim. They're eels.
Apparently it can't actually catch you. It's just there to make you jump. Wanted your bones.
You should actually try that on these high defense enemies. It says that it deals out
Yeah, it
like the
says it's,
damage to high defense
it's
enemies.
effective on high defense enemies. I've been expecting you to do it for a while now.
Fine.
It's fine.
Sure.
As long as we're yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the thing is... Oh.
Hey,
ooh,
more
ooh.
tracking orbitars. That's a main equipment. I think.
Yeah, that's the thing that
Chernos.
or no, I
Yeah, the
suppose.
accuracy.
I would actually... So the people who have the boosters, the experience in whatever boosters, do they have to be in the front line for that to be going off? Or just in the party?
Nobody has that right now. Oh, that
Now
thing?
for
Oh, yes. I don't think they have to be on the front line.
Then give hers to Kaine and give Kaine's thing to her. Kaine doesn't attack.
Look,
Fair.
shut up.
It's what
It's
you
a
bring
fair
me
point.
along for.
Anyway.
The way Shoes of Happiness work is you only need to be in the party because it only improves your XP gain. Even so, it's good enough.
At a point, the levels just became
Yeah.
not synchronized.
For now, hey,
Hello.
here's a new thing.
Hey, a person,
Potential exciting recruitment.
a place, or a thing.
Somebody's made a barrier.
Hello,
Who are
Satori.
you?
Satori.
You can read minds.
Oh, it's one of them. Got it. Not the one who blinded her own third eye.
Nah, the other one. The one
Oh,
who is.
shoot.
You can tell the difference because the one that can't read minds anymore has a closed eye.
Right.
The one on her chest, right there.
Oh, that looks
That
like
is
a
an external
stethoscope?
heart. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I
an
see.
external heart.
Huh.
Their design is probably based off of Frida Kahlo painting, by the way.
That's not the reference pool I was expecting, given everything else being heavily mythological. Frida Kahlo is pretty well attested in the modern day. Who's we?
The people who live in the Palace of Art Spirits,
I see.
which is her and 2 pets, mainly.
See. This is just her house, is what you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay. Is it actually just a house that she gave an impressive name, or is it actually a palace?
No, it's an actual palace.
Okay.
She just moved
happens
into
to be
it.
her house. Okay, got it.
She didn't get it made. She just moved into it.
No, she moved in. But I mean, that is how houses are acquired from time to time. Oh good, X-Death is hooting and hollering at us. Wait, Nuclear Crow is your pet?
Yes.
Yes.
I see. It sounds kind of troublesome. Well, thanks for the recap, Marissa. Oh, good. Reimu stares directly into camera. No, I hear her all the time. I know what she sounds like.
They are from the same game.
Oh, I see. I wonder if it's just like a low-level Oscar the Grouch style grumbling or something. Interesting. See you soon. Well, that was
Usually in
fruitful.
these conversations, one of the parties involved is a jerk.
Oh.
They were
Today,
generally cordial to each other.
Yeah, and Satori was apparently just chill. And nobody in the party felt like messing with her, so yeah, we just had a productive talk.
I love that it just keeps charging right at you.
I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you.
In setting, both of them hate Satori.
I see.
Because, guess what? They don't like getting their mind read.
Most people don't, I would wager.
Mm-hmm.
Totally fair.
I mean, it's not like she can put her fingers in her mind's ear. This metaphor broke down somewhere along the way, but you get
It's
the
almost as
idea.
if this resulted in a different character in the setting being created. Anywho,
Excuse me?
her sister, the one with the closed eye, closed
Oh,
her
right,
eye
right.
because she hated being able to read people's minds.
I see.
And how everybody hated her for being able to read their minds. So she's like, actually.
Problem solved.
A heater muffler.
Helpful for those cold attacks, I guess.
Sure.
I love not thinking. Actual quote from said character.
Now I can just sort of space out.
Nice. Go to 1.
What status effect do you want on them? Yes.
Yes.
Debuff equals very yes.
Hold up.
Yeah, I was about to say either hit him or.
Oh,
concentrate.
fuck beans. No. No.
Someone got greedy.
I felt like that was gonna happen.
Yeah. I was like, there's a chance she doesn't get nuked.
Good news. Now Chen can be in the party.
Now Chen could be in the party again. Alright.
And hit level 21, so she got an extra point of MP.
Oh, I see.
It's the second war for floor 5.
Right. And a big fight, which we should investigate.
Which
some.
is actually, interesting. This is the other side of the barrier.
Huh. Well, goodbye.
This barrier.
God damn it.
It didn't inflict instant death, but it killed it instantly.
And also silenced it. In a manner other than the figurative. Is a ghost's tail a piece of equipment or a whatchamacallit?
It's a material. Well, there's one more piece of the floor to go, but, might as well just poke this.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Gotta
Well, I
touch
was gonna
that
say
stuff.
that's the section in the dead center. The foe was to the south of the dead center, but to the north of
Yes,
that,
I
you
could
can
go
keep
north of
going
that,
that way.
yeah.
What are you thinking? There.
Yeah, good spread.
Yeah, there we go. Now you can buff at the start. That is a great
shit.
response. Who are you?
Interesting. Is Hina the level 20? But that'd be a really weird choice. Hina Kageyama is a god who absorbs and stores misfortune.
Oh yeah, okay. Fumble god, got it.
It's one of those
What the term
characters.
exactly is Bimbogami?
Come again?
Bimbogami.
Ah. It's one of those characters
she's-
that I really like her design.
As somebody in the chat put it, she's basically Nuffle. Plays a shit ton of Blood Bowl.
The thing is that Hina is a generally helpful person in general, generally speaking, because she sequesters misfortune away from people, is the idea.
Misfortune capacitance. Well, I guess we're throwing down now.
Understood. Have a nice day.
Oh dear.
The dark damage. Kamachi is both got extremely high defense and is resistant to dark, I think. Well, extremely high HP and resistant to dark.
And even if she isn't, she's got extremely high HP.
You don't say.
What did I miss there?
Vulnerable to paralyze.
Oh dear. Well, here we are, I guess. Oh, she is extremely resistant to dark. Oh yeah, I guess Rumio would also be. Probably?
What was that?
She just turned a debuff into a buff.
That's awesome.
Yep. Inverter!
Noted.
That is pretty cool.
We will focus on buffs and not on debuffs.
Well, goodbye.
I fully
Cherno.
expect the equivalent inverter to happen at some point on you, but we haven't seen
Same,
it yet.
but I
so-
guess we'll see what happens when we get there.
Very weak to spirit. Hello.
Lifetime.
Give her the chow. Holy Jesus, God.
Komachi is MVP of this fight. Gotcha. Good to know.
Also,
Crap.
good
Does
lord,
Kaguya do
they-
spirit damage?
He does. Yeah.
Ow. My bone. Right, Komachi.
The counter move.
The counter move.
What if you just have like 4 people die in a row there with this and just have Komachi
Sure.
counter her to death?
Get in here.
This is the stance.
This
Yep.
is the...
What?
No, it just debuffed everybody.
It debuffed
including her.
everyone, including her.
but then she's gonna
Remember
turn
though,
around
she's
and
going
turn
to turn
this
them
into
all
buffs.
into
She's gonna invert
buffs.
those.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. I like this fight.
You need to have Rumia hammer,
Yes.
does that work? Yeah.
Demarcation
Well, let's-
should remove.
Or at
the,
least lower the stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll take down her debuffs on us.
Yep.
Yep, there it is.
Oh no, our bones.
So
Well,
good.
goodbye.
We don't have a dispel.
Not
But
yet, we don't.
if you inflict the same debuff, okay. If you inflict the
You
same
need to
debuff,
get the slow on her, like yesterday.
Yes. With
Cherno's
who?
dead.
Cherno's dead. Cherno's
Oh
dead.
god damn it.
Komachi can do speed down with narrow confines of Avicii.
I agree with Bellmaker. This gimmick does in fact rule. This owns. Oh, that's not good.
Keep
Well,
putting more people in the party, quick.
our bones.
Yeah, I agree. More people, more people. Actually, that was a better move.
Oh no. God damn it.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Up.
You
Excuse
can come
me?
back to this one.
Yeah, we might need to explore the floor a little bit more because, hey, she is level 26.
Yeah, you can go up to level 20.
But first.
Oh,
Another
average
key.
level 20.
Alright, so now we have our level unification point.
Which I think only hit like 1 or 2 people.
Chen was over leveled. That was it.
Oh,
And
it was
several
only
of
Jen.
us
I
did
thought,
not.
Yeah, I thought Cherno might have been there as well.
We are actually closer to 20 than I thought we were.
A bunch of people gained levels just from the little bit of walking around you did there.
Wait a
I mean,
minute.
that has a capacitive that is spinning more than usual. It makes sense.
You know what? No. I mean, it probably won't help, but yes, I will absolutely advocate for Wriggle in that fight just to see how much we can get out of poison.
How much money do we
She
have?
specifically had a thing that removed her debuffs. Like
Yes, I
her
understand,
deep-
but remember, poison works for the duration it's on, so until she removes it, it's going to be doing damage.
Wait, hello. Hello? Hello?
Whoa. Well, might as well poke it.
We're not at the right level. Wait, yes we are. When did that happen?
That says 29.
average
doesn't
level
it?
19.
All
Average
right.
level 19 right there.
Hello?
Oh, well, hello.
Oh, hey.
Hello?
What's up, Orin? You are exactly at like the average that would reduce it to. I see. To 19.
We find another cat.
Yes.
This is Orin. She's held
I see.
traffic
He's
accident.
Akasha.
Okay.
Whatever. It's just a bunch of monsters. Nope.
Oh no!
Rip.
So welcome to floor 3 of the second Yggdrasil Labyrinth, because here's Scylla.
It just exploded. Oh, that could not have done better.
Cherno is apparently just gonna spend every boss immediately dying. Jesus Christ,
This,
Kraken, what in the fuck?
This boss is
It's
very,
very
fast.
fast. Yeah.
It's very resistant to physical. Highly resistant to physical.
Please stop.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say heal up, but
Yeah, I was actually gonna say heal up as well. I don't think we can.
No,
Endure
this
this.
is a wash.
This is a wash. We may need to try again and hope Cherno doesn't immediately die.
yeah, speed down would be a
We,
good
we
thing.
need to cut that speed down.
Okay, understood. Have a nice day.
What is it about the Kraken that makes it the fastest thing in the world?
Krakens are the dogs of the water, you see.
No, yeah, that
False.
checks out. No, that checks
No,
out.
no.
Yes.
That's entirely
Nope,
false.
correct.
Dogs of the water are eels.
Alright, show your work.
Yeah, I'm
Moray
interested.
eel is an incredibly powerful eel, just like a dog is. Also,
Are you contending
krakens
that
don't
a
exist.
dog is an incredibly powerful moray eel?
Newbie,
Or
so
sorry,
why
an
are you
incredibly
on?
powerful eel.
I'm lost.
Yeah, I was about to say, why are you on this floor? Why are you on this floor?
We have a treasure chest key.
Ah, fair.
I'm searching for unopened treasure chests. Which I think we are
There
now.
is one on floor 3, but you have to go down to it from floor 4, I think is what it was.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I'm gonna peep that real quick. Yes. Yes. There's also a little bit more of this floor that we haven't touched. Weird.
Bottom
Yeah,
left.
we
you
can
mean?
poke it.
No, we can't get there though.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that's right, because there's more.
Floor.
Oh, if you beat one of those eel hydras, you can probably go talk to that shop owner.
Ah, maybe.
Oh, you're right. Oh no,
That just
he
clicked.
was looking for.
There is
eels.
also one on this floor. It
Yeah,
looks
top
like.
left.
Yeah. That one was like level 30 for some reason. I
It
feel
might
like.
have just seemed to be level 30 because it was so high leveled when you met it.
We'll see. I went the wrong way.
Yes, you did.
Mhm.
But that's okay. More fights are never a bad thing, especially against Lazu Knights. Lazu Light Knights, excuse me. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing.
We'll go with option A. Sure.
Scythe? Yeah. Scythe that chooses the dead. Mainly because it would punch through armor.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry, I'll slow it down.
This is. You slowed it down.
I forgot this is a magic attack. Yeah, that entire boss fight against Moko. I was using a magic attack on... Come on,
Well.
gee.
Now we know. Hopefully, we will continue to know in the future. Going down.
Okay, reveal the mysteries to me.
Tin watering can times 2, source of magic
times
times
2.
2.
Strange
this is
meat
5
pie.
That was
5
5
main
main
equips.
equipments. Yeah.
Main equips for everybody. What do they do?
Sure.
Maximum
Better
tier
than a
plus
couple of
5.
things you got.
Maximum
Got a couple
and
things
plus
you got.
Excuse
4.
me. Yes.
Oh, that's actually very useful.
Hey!
But you got a couple people that have
Kogasa.
only TP up items on or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that the source of magic for her makes perfect sense.
Oh, that's...
Does anybody else desperately need more MP?
Chen?
There is that, yes. I feel like what Chen's got equipped may be more useful, if I'm remembering correctly.
No. Nah, we want her to have accuracy.
Yeah, the repulsion orb is either or. There we go.
That's just 2 more punches.
What if we just punched more?
2 more punches matters. It's when she has already a very small amount, like max MP, having, you know, even just 4 more, it's like a 30% increase, basically,
Fair.
close to it.
What does the Sword of Seeing Delusion do?
The what?
Sword of Seeing Delusion.
Oh, it's silence.
Okay, the silence effect. Got it. Yeah, one of those pieces of equipment is a thing I'd want to put on Chen, but actually, you know what? As long as I'm here, I might be able to figure out how high the chance is.
Okay, I was thinking.
It does not tell me. Rip.
This time will be different. This time will not be any different.
Let's find out. Okay. Okay. Jen, help. Jen. Cherno. Fuck.
How resistant are you to slow?
Enough.
Okay.
This boss a jerk.
It's not different at all. Why? I know I reorganized the party. Reorganizing only matters before you enter a dungeon? Weird. Sure.
Okay,
Have-
so that attack.
I think this boss is
Immune to slow.
immune to slow.
That would be not. Hey, you know what works well against
Well, I was gonna
bosses
say-
what go fast?
You wanted to have her heal everybody, but getting her out was probably a good idea too. There you go.
Okay.
Oh, thank Christ.
She's still super fast.
Yeah, you probably want to keep poking just because it's such a low infliction, right?
Might not be immune to paralysis.
Yeah, we can try.
Shock resist. That might be something to work on.
Oh, thank God. Hey,
Error. Okay.
that's an 8% all down, so we take those.
I think you just keep reducing the narrow confines and try to get some.
But
Or actually, no, hit her real hard. Yeah.
Apparently, Cherno is just untouchable.
I wonder if most of this boss's attacks are cold based.
Well, I don't know about that. They just keep missing.
Also fair.
rude.
Kaine?
And I can get some debuffs.
Agia has
buffs on that.
160 cold resist. I don't know if that's going to like make her break anything, but she does have quite a lot of that.
And yeah, she can. Oh, and that buffs her too, so there's that. I don't know how much, but we can find out.
Understood. Have a nice day.
Destroyed.
That was a fire move.
It could have also been physical because Cherno is also weak to physical.
Yes. Oh, can we check how big the buffs on her are? 11%.
It's
All right.
probably 12% because there's been a
And then
little
a
bit
tick down, yeah. Yeah, I don't see a reason not to.
of- I think this thing might be resistant to magic.
Ow.
Okay. Okay, that was blue, which means that actually did target a resistance. That is a fire attack, I guess.
I can get some buffs in. Or Komachi, yeah.
It's time to punch. That's a weakness? Excuse me?
I think you found your option for this fight.
Fucking excuse me?
Jen, dodge.
Jen.
It had to concentrate. It ran out of MP.
Oh my God.
Well, it doesn't do something horrifying then.
It
Oh, and it ran out
also
so
is-
much.
Yeah, it used so much of its move to do that.
And also, I meant, yeah, it's down to what, 2,500 probably when it started?
Just keep punching.
Yeah, she can punch twice and get the hell out. Oh no. 3. It's doing 8 legs.
8 arms.
7.
Oh, my bones. Counter.
Didn't die, though.
Can die. My health.
Alright, she can dodge.
Octangle. I believe Octangle actually is a word.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, Octangle is it's a synonym with octagon, but can more generically also refer to any polygon with 8 sides.
Yes.
As opposed to an octagon which is a regular polygon with 8
Yes.
sides.
Here comes the big hit again. If you can heal up, you gotta heal up.
I will
Defense
be able
boost is
to.
a good idea, and then have like Reimu or
I don't know.
Yeah, Reimu
cool.
needs. She can give Reimu a turn to heal us.
Rainbow's gonna get a turn.
Does anyone else have a use for a turn? Can kind of do something useful with it.
No, she doesn't have enough
Okay.
MP.
And you may want to swap somebody else in if.
Amachi should stay in because she's gonna counter. And she's gonna
Yeah,
get a big
so
heal.
Nazrin?
Rip. Rip rat.
She'll be fine.
Rip rat. That is the heal, yes, okay.
No buffs on the enemy anymore. That's gonna
Okay,
hurt.
here comes 8 arm. Well, rip.
3, 4, That's what I was worried about.
Yeah, no, this is just... It gets rude.
Can help!
Hey, Jen can do damage. She will die, though, probably, without...
I mean, we're down to our last crew here, so...
Yeah, this is desperation mode.
Damn.
Such
Yeah,
is life.
okay.
Okay.
Reasonably close.
We're close. We're close.
This thing is so fast.
Okay.
Oh, Octangle is cold physical. Gross. Well, it's time.
I'm a little worried because she's in spot 2.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Oh, here we go again.
It's fine.
This is going
Yeah,
well.
It's just, it's the speed has to happen.
Yeah.
Aha. I have looked this up. It does, in fact, actually have a slight resistance to speed debuff.
Only slight?
It's 50%, so
Okay.
that's not slight. That's actually reasonable.
It's
but
substantial, but also Churno's base infliction rate is quite high, so you can keep poking and get through, but it means that the beginning of the fight is kind of a crapshoot. I mean, we're okay if she chooses to spend her turns doing that. Okay.
I found
Speed
another
down
thing to
and
do.
terror.
Yes, yeah. Having
terror.
heard
Yeah,
throw
speed down
her
and terror.
debuff.
That's definitely the most important thing to take away from what she just did there.
Yes. Definitely speed down and terror.
Definitely speed down and terror, and not the 2,000 damage she did.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but also the speed down and terror are both also very useful.
They are.
Debuffs are a
It's-
kind of damage.
It's a good package, is what we're saying here.
Okay. If the boss continues to just throw single target attacks at Momiji, you might be okay.
Moreover, single target attacks that do fuck all.
They must be physical.
I have figured out the boss fight.
This is the stance.
If you have to do this fight again, shock resistance on some people would be a good idea.
It's time.
Here we go.
Interesting.
Is that good?
That's the concentrate. And it's probably at like certain HP thresholds. Probably every third. Good God.
I love to see it. What if we just punched the shit out of it?
Consecutive normal cuts.
Correct.
You can get Chen out. You can get Chen out. It's about to use its 8-hit attack. You don't want her to drop.
I suppose. I just doubt that she's gonna get hit.
Okay, fair enough. Keep her in then.
I mean, why not swap over to Reimu, who could probably take a hit, I guess,
Yeah.
is the main thing, though. Like,
But also,
One.
laughs and attack down.
Uh-huh. God Damn it!
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
good.
This is the stance, apparently, and yes, laughs and attack down is correct.
So it probably doesn't actually have that high base attack, and probably the attacks themselves have a decently high multiplier on them. Then. So it's very vulnerable to attack debuffs. Is the
Yes.
idea?
Oh, we're doing this
Or-
again?
As Crumb put it, attack down and tear. No, that's speed down, but yes. Also that.
Got there.
We won. Somehow.
Oh.
Jesus.
The concept of everything.
Yeah, that's
Money
just material.
Another money growing tree.
Eternal Ice and Shed Toadstool are two things I want to look at here.
Eternal Ice, I believe, is a material, but Shed Toadstool. Sonico seems alarmed by this Shed Toadstool. I assume this was the rare drop. Oh, I see. You seem
I'm very
pretty,
I'm very upset that she does not talk like she does in Lost Word, which is constant cat puns.
Damn it.
found the
Oh,
Kraken.
it's the Toadstool Shed! Haha! Very good.
Kraken had
That is-
30,000 HP.
The way that Arena actually speaks is, funnily enough, identical to Cherna. They speak the same way. Yeah. It's been translated a lot of different ways for Orin. At least once, it has been as like a valley girl.
Huh. You know, given this expression, I could probably buy it. Well, we haven't found the other one.
Utsuwa, though. Am I getting Utsuwa soon?
I don't know. Let's find out. Are we getting Orin?
I believe we might be.
Orin of the Fire. I did. Number of cats increases.
Okay, there's not a now another boss fight indicated on the map. Understood.
I'm gonna guess Orin does both dark and fire damage as her main thing.
Yeah, I'd say it's a safe bet. Anyway.
But first,
Hell's traffic accident.
Hell's traffic accident.
Before I forget, I would actually suggest putting your resident black mage back in the party because I think she and the two main characters need to be the party to build up BP because there's that one event that the two of them were talking about that you walked on and they weren't able to activate.
Right.
Mixed damage type, looks like.
Yeah.
High attack and magic.
Oh my god. Just immune to fire. Doesn't take fire
Look at her
damage.
evade. She's
Fire
very quick.
cat cares not for fire.
HP
Alright,
recovery
so-
rate, 18.
Ooh.
Let's peep these
Actually,
numbers.
pretty good. I love that Chen has 20 HP recovery, as if she got hit, she wouldn't immediately
Yeah.
explode.
As if she can take any hits without dying. Why is your HP recovery here so high, Chen? Shrug.
Okay, Earth Spirits, yeah. I saw this coming.
Hell's Necromancer.
Lowers the chance of all allies to be affected by terror. If an ally is affected by terror, the duration MP drain effect will be reduced by 20%. Skill level plus 20%.
I'm trying.
It's times 20. And lowering all stats slightly will be nullified.
Okay, so she blocks the stat debuff and diminishes all the other stuff.
Support moves.
Zoom!
She can make characters have
Yes,
higher...
She
yeah,
hot
makes
swaps.
sense.
If user is afflicted by an ailment, get mad.
She is the team tank. I'm gonna get, at least in a way. Alright.
Likes to be in a
Hold up,
status
wait, hold
effects
up.
team.
Oh no, she has the gunner's, what is it? Extra action ability.
So if you put 2 points in this, there's a 32% chance that she just repeats those moves.
Yes. It will consume half MP on the Echo.
But she could double tap concentrate.
Cat's walk.
They was shock. So it does almost nothing except inflict shock, but you can inflict shock to manipulate turn timing. Got it. Back in. Yeah, okay, so composite. Low chance to inflict terror and lower defense. Alright, fine.
Oh, she's a defense lowering type. I get it.
Okay, so primarily she does use both of them. She does attack and magic, and but they're primarily as the actual damage ones are as magic attacks.
Yeah.
And there's
interesting
one for
enough-
dark and one for fire.
And interesting enough, the dark one hits defense and the fire one hits mine.
Yeah.
And apparently extra attack was so good it needed to be nerfed. Now it's just extremely good.
Right, she's
Yeah,
gonna
but
be-
the thing is that the two physical only attacks they even call out as not being particularly good at doing damage. You know?
They're there for other stuff.
But it does look like, in general, she slightly favors attack over magic. Just slightly,
Yes.
though.
And has decent speed.
And apparently her
Reasonably high
attacks go to
mind.
level 7? What the hell?
Yeah, she also doesn't
Yeah,
have
they go to
like,
level 7.
hugely low any stat except for defense, which is pretty low.
Mhm.
She also has 40 evade. She's as dodgy as Chen is, almost.
As befits a cat.
There are 3 cats in the series. Technically 4. 3 and like with an asterisk next to it.
Right.
Mika
Is the third one likely to show up?
Gotokuju? No. Well, the asterisk is, but Mika Gotokuju is not.
I see.
Who was from 18. She was just recent. She's a Manaki Neko. Or rather, she's an unemployed cat who used to be a Manaki Neko but she was basically ostracized against because she's a calico Manaki Neko as opposed to a pure white one.
I see.
The other one is Shotoramaru, who probably is in this game, actually, because she's one of the... Well, she's the person that Nazarin works with, first off,
I
and
see.
second is one of Yakuren's, like, subordinates and all that, and they have that skill.
I didn't.
She
know
is
she-
not actually a tiger. Cho
big
is
tiger.
the idea of a tiger by a group of people who have no idea actually what a tiger is like. Because tigers
Ten
are not
blind
native to
men's
Japan.
tiger.
Hey,
Got it.
I made a mistake with
you?
Nazarin, and I would like to apologize to the commission.
You
I beg
gave
your
her a bunch of
pardon?
attack, but she doesn't use it.
No, I just didn't. I didn't spend her level up bonuses.
Oh, I see.
Ah.
She was still killing things, though, so impressive on her end. So who's your team right now?
All right, so I put Rin in, but who did I swap Rin out for? Yeah. So let's get Aya
Again,
back
you
in there.
probably wouldn't put your black mage back in the party.
Yes.
You can probably take out Kaine unless you're going to be doing a boss fight.
Yeah, I was suggesting that earlier.
I imagine that you're going to go fight Hina, aren't you?
Yeah, we
Or are you
are
gonna
actually
explore the rest
all
of the
level. Let's
If
explore
you're
the
gonna
rest
go
of
do
the
a boss
stage.
fight, then Nazrin can probably hop out because she's not great against
Yes.
bosses.
Yeah, she's walking around.
Here's our walking around team for now. I'm gonna finish the rest of this floor.
Fair, because there's that one place right by the eel. Well, we assume it's an eel.
Eelish.
Eel 2. We'll find out what it is.
Hey, Newbie, I've got a question.
I might have an answer.
This is an isometric perspective, right? Now, when you hold right, do you go bottom, like down right over here on the map?
Yes.
All right, so this is Cuber controls.
No. No.
I want you to know that that question was enough that I had forgotten what the fuck I just picked up. Oh, hey. Oh, hey.
Oh, that seems good.
Pretty good.
You combine a
Well,
spiny
it-
seed with the neutral color seed.
Who does that go on?
That is saved for whenever we need to go into an encounter that does a lot of bullshit. Purifying amulet ×2, which is probably a material.
There it is.
Slightly purifying salts.
We really need to make something out of these at some point.
Yeah, we need to head back to town. They update the like what you can do there, like so weirdly. Like they'll just do it randomly.
They do it. They do it. Like, there's still an opportunity cost for not using the tool. So. Oh, do we know how much BP Chen has to have for that event?
Shrugs.
Fair enough. Do we know how much she has now? Mm, 79.
Maybe
Probably
something-
100.
Something might
100
happen.
or 150. It was 100, apparently.
Things could happen.
Well, shove her in the front row then.
I'll shove you in the front row.
Okay. If she is in the front row and she stays in the front row throughout a fight and
Sir.
you win, that's 7 fights.
Sir. 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 Sir.
Oh, you're fine.
It's fine. Hey, it's alright. We get to make money.
You planned that.
All planned.
That was a lot of damage.
Oh, fantastic. So she's fine. She's fine. She's
Yeah,
got
she has a
TP.
lot of TP.
Oh, hey.
Box. We don't have a key. But will we get taunted? No. We can actually touch. Oh,
Oh, neat.
okay.
Well, anyway. I'm not a coward.
I was about to say, yeah. See
It's
if
about that
actually
time,
an
old
eel.
bean.
It might not be an eel.
I am no coward. Yeah, it does not care about the formation of the map at all.
Yeah, it's just wandering around.
Ma'am?
Hello.
Oh, it's this one. Yeah, we've seen this one at the last.
Yeah, this one kind of ruined our day, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, who'd have
Violence.
thought?
This track right here is definitely, they chose it specifically because it starts so similarly to fucking Third Eye, but it is not Third Eye.
I'd be willing to bet fire does a decent amount of damage against this thing.
Wow, silence really sticks around, huh?
Yes.
Debuffs ahoy. I'd still go for debuffs ahoy.
My least favorite kind of cookie.
Oof. Oof.
Big oof.
That feels bad. That feels good.
Wow, silence
Positive
really
it is.
sticks around, huh?
Here it does.
It's almost off. I'd be willing to bet she has rock bottom
My
physical
bones.
defense.
That's right.
It's time for Chan.
Here, no to slow.
Sure, no help.
Rumia is also not a bad. Actually, Rumia could do a lot of damage because her darkness attack goes right through the mind.
So it does. But first, I cast
Now we're
Fist.
Or,
For fuck's sake,
or.
What
Kinda
a
hoping
chance.
she gets a hit. Narrow confines. I would stack debuffs, but that's me. Dark side of the moon.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I wanted to see how much. We're probably not going to win this fight. Case in point.
Against resistance.
Wait, Rumia survived?
Rumia survived, huh?
It might be a mind-based attack. I think Rumi has a ton of mind.
Hadouken!
Rumia, help.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea.
Nice.
Great.
Only hit Momiji. Did zero
Yeah.
damage. Did inflict silence, but she doesn't have any magic anyway. So
Yeah, we almost don't care. I kind of would have expected, yeah, this is fine.
It's fine, Momiji can spend a couple turns getting her MP back.
That's fair. Apparently, oh right, Momiji accelerates, I forgot.
Momiji extremely accelerates.
Jerk.
you know, Kamachi's been fucking dodging lately. She's
Yeah.
not been getting hit by some important shit.
Is Kasen still up? Can we
She's
swap her
dead.
in?
Kazen's super
Damn.
dead.
Okay, I forgot.
If Kazan was alive, she'd be MVP of this fight.
Yes, her main attack was doing 3,000 damage.
Like, I really think you can win this fight. You might have to come back again. but-
Yeah, it right now it's close, but yeah, it does seem winnable.
Eh.
Oh my fucking god.
Wait a minute. Is this boss following a pattern?
We would have to be paying more attention to tell, but
I'm trying. I'm not paying more attention.
yeah, okay. Well, whatever. I guess
Oh,
Oh,
right, Chen
Aya's
also
still
got
up.
Chen also got mulched.
Yes, you did. Yeah, your big physical hitters are down.
Well,
can we try blowing her up with Kaguya then?
Kaguya does exclusively magic damage, and this does seem to have a ton of mind. So, like,
see. Well, we can give it a
unlikely,
shot.
but feel free to try. Yeah.
She also has a debuff,
Yep.
which is the other important thing.
Every 3 turns, it's the silence
She
move.
silences all.
It's their first move and their 4th move and their 7th, etc. Yeah, that mind defense is too high.
but
Yeah, but the defense down may be useful for us.
Dark side of the moon.
I'll swap in Chen for her.
Chen's
Chen
dead.
is dead.
Chen's dead. I'm thinking somebody else. I guess Cherno's not going to do fuck all here.
All of our actually effective characters,
Right.
except for Rumia and Kamachi, basically are out.
I love that Murmia is on that list, though.
Huh. The Hell's Traffic accident, she dropped as well, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
She got owned in, I think, the first volley. Algar.
Such is life.
Who swaps in? You need a healer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, it's the same move. Yeah.
The bones!
There it is. Rough.
It's fine.
It goes silencing fog, whatever that purple thing is, and then that heavy hit. That heavy hit's a really nasty move.
Right.
And then I think this next move is going to be silencing fog.
So it is just a simple 3-turn cycle?
I think it's 2 sets of 3-turn cycles because I was noticing something else because she did a single target attack earlier. So I think it's like her first 3 are AoEs, then another silence, and then 2 single targets.
Okay.
We'll find out.
We can take a second crack at this to test your theory.
I mean, we should last another 3 rounds, so we should see stuff.
That's true.
Strong against enemies with low mind.
Yeah, that's a great call. Nazrin might take a nap for this fight.
I mean, if we need somebody to eat a murder AoE. Silence. We take those.
Aya does do physical damage.
Yes. She only has 1 attack, but she's just not spec'd for damage is the problem.
Yes.
She's support. Which, hey.
That's not great at all.
I will actually be. This seems extremely doable. Also,
yeah.
because like this is you stepping into this not knowing what this was, and also not being prepared to spec for it at all, and you're still 2/3 of the way through her life. You know.
Log off.
Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna be here forever.
You're up, Nazrin.
Yep. Okay, so this next move should be the single target blue arrow attack thingy.
Oh, Lord. Yep.
It was. Yep.
You nailed it. Thank you, Crumb.
The next move is silence.
And then the next move is Murder Beam?
Next move after that is purple. Whatever the purple... I don't know what the name of these attacks are, so forgive me if I'm not saying this right.
That's fair. Silent Fog is the silence, apparently.
Yep. And then next move's going to be purple. Consecutive normal punches.
There we go.
It is called Storm of Purple Magic. It is literally purple.
It's just purple.
What if it was purple?
Sorry. That's great.
It's purple flavored magic. You've died enough times to get the green dream. Which that's a Chrono Trigger reference.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yeah, I was gonna say.
There
That's
were two
one
of
of the
them
triple
there.
text with the rock, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe that's a.
No, the green dream is the thing that you get from Robo's thing. I think it's just a revive. Because it's not a rock.
No. I thought it was one of the triple texts that requires you to equip a specific accessory.
But those are all called rocks, not dream.
Okay.
Well, no, the tech itself was green dream.
Alright, that is the nature 100 resist.
Oh no, the green dream you get is okay. Yeah.
Grand Dream, I think, is what I was thinking of, and I may still.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. What, you mixed up grand and green in a game you probably haven't played in 15 years? 10? When was the last time
I think
you
it
played
might be
Trigger?
more. The last time I played Chrono Trigger was when I was 13 years old.
So, time ago.
26 years.
There you
26. What am I saying? 23.
go. Okay.
26. How do I math?
I've played Chrono Trigger more recently than that. What are you talking about?
It's a good game. Wait, do you have to keep your levels where they are?
He's trying to do it for reward, I think. I can't remember what level.
For the ball.
Not for
20.
the FOE. For the FOE, you don't have to give a shit.
No.
It's for Hina that you have to be at 20.
Right. I mean, we
Okay.
can level down for Hina, right?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't paying
Give me a
attention.
mo. I'm doing a thing.
Yeah.
Sure. We could try poisoning the boss.
A terrible idea.
Actually, hang on a second. I just need to check something.
All right, go ahead and check it.
You know who's pretty heavily resistant to silence is Wriggle.
Highly
Because
resistant
Wriggle
to
is heavily
silence.
resistant to damn near everything. Like 200% resistant to silence, and also, yes, well done.
Thank you.
Sorry, it took a second to catch up.
Took a second for highly resistant to silence to kick in.
Yes, indeed.
This is the eel, not the siren.
Oh, I know.
Okay. Oh, you're checking this fight out too?
Okay, so it is the same foe on the floor down in this one. Just two of them.
Yep.
Yes.
Lampreys, 2 of them.
I like your theory about how this is going to give me a character, so I want to... Good, okay. Alright, yes. Hello.
There is a slight problem with this plan, however.
Why are you... numbers? What the fuck?
We apparently need to debuff this thing just as hard as possible. What is the largest single debuff we can apply initially?
Is that a... that's a physical move, right?
It has to be, right? It's like a bite.
Yeah.
Maybe it's tied to an element, though, is what I'm thinking. Like, it still takes me a little while to wrap around my head that physical and magical attacks can have elements along with it. Along with not just being a non-elemental thing, so...
Alright, this has turned into a exploratory run.
Yeah.
Okay, that works really well.
That works really well. We could do that. Ow! But yeah, in addition to like whatever buffs, we could also have what's her name, Kasa and try and land the big multi debuff.
I'm
That
just trying to
as an
figure out what
was
it's
a
weak
plan.
to.
I would like to
Holy
be able
fuck.
to do any exploratory...
Yeah, the eel seems much more dangerous than the
Spirit,
siren.
hello. Spirit, hello.
Sure.
This eel is fucking
Spirit, though,
us.
because this worked. I wonder if it's yet
Hey.
another boss that's weak to physical attacks.
I think that might be the most damage anybody's done this fight.
Took a hit.
It's time to activate Unwise Stance.
It'll be fine.
Fight me. Fight me.
Does fire work?
Does this keep working?
It's more of a curiosity thing.
No.
No. Okay. Good to know.
It seems to be spirit is what this thing's weak to. See?
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that any other.
Also,
elements you
it's
haven't
not
checked yet.
it's not that it's magic resistant because Kaine has none.
Oh wait, what about nature?
What about nature?
We can try.
We can
I
try
don't
and
know
get
if you
a
could
turn
turn
off.
off. Yeah, it's mostly just we're already almost dead.
Or hope it takes a crack at Chen, which might actually miss.
Nature.
Hey.
Yes!
Nature.
Nature.
Isn't one of Kazin's move to nature?
Yes.
God, what? Is she
Em-
just intentionally built to be your like safety net?
Oh, maybe.
What about nature?
What about?
It's got to be nature.
You get her by dying 10 times. So I think, yeah, she's intentionally designed to be the safety net character.
You're having issues with these several bosses? Here you go. How much cash do you have?
Not enough.
Not
I
nearly
think,
enough.
But yeah. Boy, you know who else does nature damage?
Oops.
Actually, does she?
Can you humor me with something here, Newbie?
No.
On Momiji. Okay, fine, never mind.
What's up?
On Momiji, can you put a cold resistant item on her? I'm curious if that bite, since a lot of the things on these floors are water-based and there's no water, there's just a cold elements, if that bite is cold-based.
Probably.
That chomper. Symbol of Faith could probably come off. That thing's not a magic caster, I don't think.
That we know of.
That we know. Fair.
Might be time.
Would be time? Aha!
It's alright.
Hey, cold resists.
Hello.
Here it is.
We've learned how to make bread.
Mm-hmm. The Lambda driver. Good.
Yeah, it's... I think it's just a kukri, but like it's spelled weird for some reason.
Yes. The thing is, the joke is not obvious to us, so...
Yeah, two of these. Two of them. Well, actually, though. Every bit.
Ah!
Eventually, I'll have you operational. We're just at the point where, when we are walking into boss fights,
Yeah. Rin is just getting deleted immediately.
well, no. There we go. All right.
Okay.
Oh, right. I made this for a very specific reason. There we go. Okay. Now it's time. This barrier.
With this barrier.
All right. Thank you, Raymo.
Rip. She did the thing that she was there for.
That was huge.
She hit hard.
The debuff down, or the attack debuff is going to be huge. Did you not bring Cherno?
I did not.
Okay.
Presumably because she was likely to die real fast, and we have somebody else who can speed down.
That's true. Kazen's got it on her.
Yeah, Costan's going to be doing... Yes. Okay.
Well, now we know.
All right, hit him.
Fire the beast can. Anyhow.
Now we're talking.
Apparently.
There
Now
it
we're
is.
cooking with gas. All right. Go take a nap. Ow.
Death, you
Oh, that
said.
can inflict instant death.
Is that at 75% HP? I wonder if that's like a threshold damage attack. Okay, someone in the front row, the person there just needs to have death resist, or well, hopefully has.
Yeah, this is gonna get difficult to stack all the resistances we need.
Well, the good news, Komachi does have death resist. She's extremely death resistant.
Yes.
Yeah.
And has a lot of
She's
HP.
not
so
particularly
she
cold
actually is-
resistant.
No, but she is, however, otherwise really good at taking the other parts of this. She also can survive a hit.
And that means Minoriko can heal her.
Yo, yeah.
Yep.
Get that heal.
It was a perfect plan.
Just a regular punch. That was that death move again, right?
Maybe.
Dang.
Brain empty.
You
no
are tearing
thoughts.
this thing's health apart.
Just keep hitting it.
Yeah, I'm just worried about what happens once we run out of heal.
It's dead by then.
I guess so, yeah. We're going all in.
Concentrate, yeah.
This
Yeah,
is working,
short
apparently.
life. Just do it. Just do short life. Yeah, no, switching out's also a good idea too. I see both plays. Oh,
Yeah, that was...
I think it's okay though.
God, please die.
Whoa!
Please die!
Because Idoko God of Death specifically has a rider on it where if the attack had a death effect on it, it does more damage.
Right. Somebody's horning in on her turf.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, nailed it.
So
Well
you can take these out. This is the team that can take these out relatively easily.
Kind of. Drugs.
Scarlet Light.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
not
no,
actually
Komachi
easy.
needs
I
to
said
be in position
relatively.
one. We just got lamprey sirloin or something of that
Yes.
sort, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's time to go get our final dingus.
There is a second one of these.
Yes. Sirloin though. So.
That's regular sirloin. That's not lamprey sirloin, which is a
I know.
special item.
Yes, yes, yes. But we did also get one of those.
It was on page 1 at the bottom. Was one of the light things. Lapis lazuli.
That's what I wanted to say.
Lazuli.
That's a lie.
Lazuli, I think, anyway.
Lapis lazuli and
Lamprey
lapis lazuli are both appropriate pronunciations of the word. I personally say lapis lazuli.
You check this thing out.
We win.
Oh, good.
Another Mr. Midnight oil set. All right, got it. Good.
Have I
How
not?
many battles have we fought?
How do you check that?
I
don't know.
I believe it's on the save screen. You can see.
There.
Well, anyway,
For now, we have floor 2 to visit.
floor 2 to go down to floor 1, and yes, let me just.
299, 299, 299. No, 198. 213. You still have a fair amount of
Yeah.
fights to do before you get that.
That's fine.
Which is weird. I feel like it doesn't feel like it's been that little.
Well, think of the amount of fights you've been in that you've lost.
Hey, man.
I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I like this game is just mean sometimes. I like that this game has no penalty for losing.
Yeah, it's allowed to have some
I
very
took
sharp
Chen out of the
teeth.
party. Right.
Took
Whatever.
Chen out of the party.
You're gonna run into like what, 2 fights on the way over?
She's not.
Even
bu-
still.
She's not built for boss fighting those things.
Yeah, and you're gonna fight the other lamprey here in a minute.
EXP is EXP.
Money is money. The thing you really need.
Thanks, Remu.
Oh, let me pull up the information on the lamprey. I've been remiss in my duties. Single it's bite attack, cold based. It also just punches you in the face. The bite attack also heals the serpent by the amount equal to the damage dealt. Once the serpent drops to 80, 50, and 20% HP, it'll use a swallow attack, which is a single target dark attack that targets your leftmost slot. It ignores defense and has a chance to inflict death. Oh, so yeah. Your high HP unit is the best person to eat that. Weak to nature and spirit. Doesn't resist poison and debuffs at all, so wriggle's great. This is a person's opinion on it, so I'm going through.
Should we let them do this? I guess you can always set up shop in town.
You did it.
We did it.
All right, Mistia.
Show us your secrets.
All right, so if Wriggle
Where-
is the
where-
tank
where-
of Team 9.
Okay, there you go.
There.
Wriggle is the tank of Team 9. And I guess Cherno is like a debuffer character and also just kind of fills every other
And
available
Ruby
role,
is
I
the
guess.
healer.
Then that means that Mistia should be like the main damage dealer then?
Guess we're gonna find out.
Attacker.
She's
She's probably
of the team.
she's probably a group buffer though, is the thing, is my guess.
Oh man, her resistances are not great.
Bad. Bad. Very resistant to heavy and silence, though.
Wind,
Apparently, you
nature,
cannot
spirit
weigh down a
resist.
bird.
Decent evasion. Okay. What do you got?
Well, as you
Nine.
as you do.
As you do.
Diva of Darkness?
Evil of Darkness.
Oh,
Silence. Okay.
Anti-silence touch. Got
okay.
it.
She's probably going to be the one who sucks in all the silent stuff then. Yep.
Hilly. Soothing.
Ooh.
Excuse me.
She's the one who's built to fight the Siren.
Yes, seems like that.
Because she's a physical dark type user.
Oh.
Poisonous Moth's Dark Dance. I love the names of these.
They're really something.
Spell card names
paralyzed?
tend to be pretty good.
Medium chance to paralyze and poison. Okay.
Not dark type. That's nature.
Nature. Oh, sure. But if it
She
gets
doesn't have any
poison-
dark
Wind and
damage.
nature.
She doesn't have any
does
dark
wind and
type.
nature.
What? All right, fine.
And silence good.
The mysterious song, which does cure silence while in front.
Hey, look, we have a status effect clear for once.
Oh.
Any character whose ailments are cured with this spell are also,
Also
healed greatly. What?
So
What is
if you get
this
hit by
character?
silence, it's removes silence and heals you. And if there's a chance it heals paralysis and
Paralysis
heavy,
and
but good luck on that.
So, okay, it kind of feels like, actually, all of the Team 9 characters, except for Wriggle, are actually, like, all of them are multi-focused. They've all got, like, some small effect. Like, they do a bunch of different things, none of them do it particularly super well. The idea, I guess, is when you have those four together, they're much better because they cover for each other's, like, general weaknesses to be able to do everything pretty okay.
Also, Mystia's skills go to level 7, which is not nothing. Since, like, Poisonous Moth's Dark Dance has 60 base and then plus 4% per skill level infliction rate on both poison and paralysis.
Okay. And as we have the setup that works, time to go kill another serpent.
Time to destroy Eel 2.
I'm going to keep Momiji out there for now until we can kind of get the setup going. It was on floor 5, right? It's like 4 or 5 go straight down.
I believe so. You're gonna want Kamachi in the leftmost position eventually.
Yes. Well, it was worth a shot.
It was a nice thought.
That's gonna optimize Master Spark damage at least.
You hate to see it. It's alright.
Probably not gonna yeah, it doesn't matter too much
And there's the
because
death
she's
move.
too tough.
Okay, and then
You want Minoriko and Kamachi in, is what happened last
Yes.
time. And then the final person on the right was Kaguya, but that doesn't have to happen yet.
You got to get that cursed arm going for the strength debuff.
it's just not landing.
Terror helps.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, well, if it misses, it misses.
Yeah.
What if you? Yeah, she just shoots it.
Oh, okay.
You know, if you're offering, we won't say no.
Rainbow could get an armor. Yeah, defense is
Yes.
up.
And then immediately get deleted.
If it happens, it happens.
Gotta charge. Yeah, she's a gas guzzler.
Ooh, that's
Oh, that was
Bones!
destroys the
That's-
entire
Hey,
plan.
we'll see how it goes. It's fine.
You still have Rumia. You can
Yeah.
still heal at least a little bit. It's not a
Yeah,
single target.
it's
heal,
not
but you
nearly
can
as
heal.
powerful, unfortunately.
I had a thought.
Gotta get that strength down. Dark side of the moon. It pierces.
Not great, but
There it is.
There it is,
Yeah.
finally.
Why
It's
are
okay.
you like this?
It's fine.
it's
Fine.
fine.
It's still delaying, actually getting taken out, so...
Yeah.
And there you go, that happened.
Yep. Every one of those we see is a good time.
Hit it again. It might knock it into the.
Yeah, it's why I've just kind of been DPSing and not switching out people.
Yeah, just keep. Yeah, because I think this will probably.
Yeah,
do that
it
move
also
again.
turns out, yes.
And then the counter.
We're in DPS race phase now.
And then you kill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good. That team is, in fact, extremely
Yay,
good at
Scarlet
this.
Lights! Whatever that happens to be.
Hey, that worked out all right.
Yes, indeed.
What is that sort of singing whatever it is in the main equip? do?
Silence on
Oh, that's
It
basic.
causes
Silence,
silence on
gotcha.
all attacks, yeah.
Sorry, I saw a sword and think, oh, that's a attack booster, right? No.
Oh, okay, there
Scarlet
it
Light.
is.
Right there it is. The big thing is you clear the way.
What do we win?
Gems.
Magic gems.
Yeah. The
Eventually will be
real
useful.
reward
Gems is gems.
is completing more of the map.
Yes. Also XP, also etc.
And that
All
rock
right,
in
so
the
the-
bottom left's money.
Yes, and you have the Siren on this floor as well as Hina to deal with still.
So we could grab Mystia and try and come back for Siren. After leveling up Mystia, I guess.
Also, more fights. Need to get into fights anyway.
That's true.
Death.
Right? We should probably respect to take that thing off at some point.
Why?
Yeah, I guess if we don't need the skill points for anything, that's fair. Although consider, she has a passive that lets us make money. Ew.
Kind of need a demarcation because Kaguya's about to die. Okay.
What if
alright,
she
never
blows
mind.
everything up instead? If she
Everything
blows
but those
almost everything
Drunken
up,
ice spirits.
it was fine.
It was fine.
Oh, well, goodbye.
It's fine.
She did die, so that makes sense.
She didn't die. She finished that fight. Oh,
She
no,
finished
she
the
died.
fight.
She died in the boss. Yeah, okay.
Boss
Yes.
fight, yeah.
Yes. Sorry, my brain broke there.
Alright,
You have been doing a lot of boss fights here. It makes sense.
boss fights all the way.
They force you to think.
Right.
Okay.
Well, not yet. Soon, TM.
And that's it. Okay, let's leave. Human Village. Charters. I don't know, actually.
You
Who are
don't
you
know
gonna do?
which.
Who are you going up against?
The Siren.
Well, it inflicts a lot of silence. So, who are you gonna take
Marissa?
out?
Yeah, fuck it.
given as silence completely turns her off.
On top of that, the siren has a lot of mind, but very little defense.
Yes.
the thing.
Okay,
So-
there's the other thought. There's the other half of this. Alright, how many mages can we kick out? Rin is effectively a mage.
Right.
Yeah, she uses attack, but she does all
Yomu?
magic damage, so...
Raymu's need for buffs.
Oh, and Rin's other attacks don't attack mind, but those are not important anyway.
I think there we go. This is the
Yeah,
stance.
everybody else is either utility or a fighter.
Alright, and now to have no equips because we're going such a hard physical team.
Just remember your ABFs.
Do you have any silence resistance gear?
A little.
Does anyone have any particular weakness to silence besides Rin here, who probably won't get hit by it, or Chen here, who won't get hit by it?
Everyone.
Oh boy.
Everyone except Mystia.
Who's your most important person for this fight then?
Well, okay. Understood. Oh,
I was
hey.
actually going to say it's probably Kazan.
I never realized how good of a passive buff I kind of gave her with this.
Oh yeah.
There it is. The one silence resist I have.
Better than nothing.
Actually.
Curious?
Rumia can help remove it by causing
Yes.
using demarcation.
And not even just that, but she,
It goes up to 100 if you have it on.
A, that, B, she's our AoE heal.
Our highly conditional AoE healer here.
You're a physical attacker. What am I doing? There we go.
I mean, she's sort of a weird utility character, so... She's a physical attacker. Although, if I'm remembering correctly, she might also have some use for MP ups.
Well, everyone has use for MP up.
Well, yeah, I understand, but her MP costs are pretty high, and her max MP is 14. It's not like Chen low, but it's still pretty low.
Okay, there we go.
And, you know, all of Chen's abilities cost effectively none mana, so compensates some.
But the difference there is that, like, the counterpoint is by putting the 4 MP thing on Chen, she gets 2 more casts of her attack.
Oh, yeah, I understand. It's just, it's an analogous situation. I don't think it gives
Fight
someone
me!
2 more casts, so there is that. I get it. Oh. There we go.
Rude.
After you specifically put a thing on to avoid it and everything. That's alright, we can clear it pretty quickly. Just...
We didn't put that thing onto Kassen is the thing.
Oh, I see.
We put it on.
Right, we put it onto
so we
Rumia.
made sure that she would never get silenced when she could use the AOE heal, and it also reduces debuff timer anyway. So
There's
yeah,
also a
aside from
mysterious
timer.
song to just clear it off immediately.
Is it Mysterious Song? It's Mysterious Song, yes.
It's a mysterious song. Fun!
That's a fairly
It
decent
also
heal,
heals
actually.
her. Yeah.
It
Anyway.
heals 60% of max health. Also, please die. Yeah, that'll do her. Ow! For me to help.
It occurs to me, did you spend Mystia's skill points?
No.
I did not. I was going to say that myself.
It's fine. I haven't actually spent skill points in a while.
Granted,
Yep.
most
That was
skill.
That was the purple move. Another silence move. This next one's going to be another AoE blue thingy. They room you out. She's your healer. She's gonna die if she gets hit by this next move.
I mean,
Channel dodge. She'll be fine.
general dodge.
Also,
Generalness.
Ken will dodge. God damn it.
Do you have anyone who has a magic debuff?
No.
Not alive, I think.
Well, Kamachi.
Master Silence has worn off at this point.
It just wore off, but yeah.
While this is possible,
It's not good.
it's very much rocket tag.
Yes.
We could just come back a number of levels. Where
Yeah, we remember the last
You
time
already
we
beat
did
the
this.
heals.
It was
Like, you're doing fine.
we could come
you
back a
don't
number
have
of
to do
levels
this.
later where when Constant doesn't immediately blow up.
It's like the thing is about this too is that you're able to fight this foe by having it clip out of the zone it's actually in. Because you can't enter that bit from this floor. You go down
Yeah.
to it from the next floor, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, it feels a little cheaty to be fighting it. But
Fundamentally,
it's
you're
funny.
sequence breaking by fighting this early.
Just like Super Metroid.
Just like Super Metroid. Same game, really.
You're ready for a big hit.
I'm not sure we're ready for a big hit, but I guess we're about to find out
Here comes the sneaky surprise attack at the start of the round.
first.
You actually survived that pretty well. all
Yeah,
things
I was
considered.
That
not
shield up by
expecting-
Kaine probably saved some people.
I don't think I've ever seen Newbie use Kaine's shield except in circumstances like this, but sometimes you need to.
Big heal.
Potato.
Time for a chat. More concentrate.
You'll get a heal off before exploding. Oh boy. Yeah,
Hit
you didn't need to
time.
do that.
It refreshed it, so it's fine.
There. Almost there.
Here we go!
Silence.
One more turn for Notori. Alright.
Concentrate, I guess.
Concentrate. Yeah.
It's time.
It's time!
She might die before she gets it
Concentrate.
off.
She's resistant to cold damage, it's fine.
Oh, it's okay.
Fire the murder beams!
Yeah! Real adult damage.
That's so much HP on the boss.
Oh god, please have that silence wear off.
Nope, too bad. Rumi has been tanking a lot of these hits. Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Well, rip.
You got really close. Can you try Scythe that chooses the dead at the bottom to see how much damage it does?
It's resistant.
I understand, but it still punches through.
She's better off doing.
Yeah.
the statue
Well, I mean,
though.
the fight was over. Was the thing.
Is it though?
It's
It
Jen.
might not be.
Oh my lord, it's Jen time.
Oh my lord! It actually
Oh,
might
no.
be Chen time.
Oh no.
It's not. It's not. Not without her going like dodging like so many attacks in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm amazed at how close I can get.
It was very impressive.
Oh boy.
All right, that is entirely too stupid. Let's not.
It
do
was
this
close
anymore.
to Chen time, yes, but not yet. Not yet. Also, please spend Mistia's skill points.
Misty is sitting out for the next fight.
So the next fight is against the level 20 person, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Komachi might have gained enough experience from wandering around to get up to 20.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a look at it in a moment.
Yeah. What do we know about, what's her face?
She does the buff reversal thing.
Hina? It's Hina, right?
Yeah, it's Hina.
Yes.
Um.
So you explicitly do not want to use moves that have debuffs on them.
Yes.
And what was she weak to?
Spirit, I think.
Spirit, okay.
Spirit. Yeah. So Reimu's good.
And
Agio probably has some
what-
spirit.
Did we see what elements her attacks were, or anything like that?
Can't recall.
Dark and fire.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Dark and fire resists.
no, I forgot to take off other buffs. Okay. Change equipment. Slap you over to love machine. And also put on a symbol of faith. It's fine. You are fine. You are fine. Okay. Hi, Kaguya, and your non-skill points ever spent.
Wait, seriously?
Maybe you just grab all of that. Okay.
Because, yeah, she was weak to spirit, and that is also the defense down. Anyway, let me just,
Super scope.
yeah, let me, up that super scope.
Well, the fact that it has the defense down is a problem right now.
The thing is, if she buffs her defense, you can, by applying more of the debuff.
Well, yes, it'll cancel it out. However, it's still a problem that first turn.
Potato bigger. Screw this, I'm out of here.
Screw this, I'm out of here is my favorite move name.
Board up.
Skill name, anyway.
Finally,
Demarcation up.
we're here.
Demarcation mastered.
We've reached peak demarcation.
What do her other things do? That's actually a good idea.
Mmm.
Better tank. Two turns.
Oh boy.
2 turns.
I don't think that's actually how it works.
It's how it works.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
Gotta science
Why does it work like that then? Like, what will that do for somebody?
The thing is that when you've been using it, it's like it hasn't been reducing characters, actions to, like, still really close to going again. It's been reducing them down to how they were. I don't know why that works the way it does, but
What does adversity do? Not necessarily. It was nice to have, but yeah. And then
Something you've heard
bigger
before.
shield. God, that shield.
Okay.
Does Cherno have any moves that don't inflict speed down?
Yes.
Okay.
There's one other strategy that I can think of for this, but for now, let's get this going. Which is, we can slap Yomu in the party and actually give her that skill where a debuff counts as a buff.
Or Wriggle.
Yeah, like the only thing that happens to poison when she inverts is it gets cleared. It still does its damage the whole time it's ticking down, which is why I've been suggesting it.
Yeah, what is the point of that then?
I don't know.
That is very strange.
Yeah, might as well get the shot in now while you can.
The point of Aya's move that ups people's active ATB to like 20,000. We thought it would give him like 2 turns, but it doesn't.
Yeah, but at level 2 it doesn't seem to improve.
That AoE heal.
there might be someone in the game who has like an attack that does more damage the higher their thing is.
Speed can get very, very, very fast in the end game. Okay. So for now,
Okay, so
we can,
it only needs to
yeah.
be at level 1.
Yeah, we can remove and
Respect.
respect.
We can use those skill points elsewhere.
Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
If that's the case, the thing that has her start the fight at 20,000 is also not super useful.
Sorry, say that again?
Because she has something that also lets her start at like 20,000 is the thing, and I think she's pumped up for that. I think that's just never been relevant either.
Well,
it
it just
turns
lets
out.
her have a turn at the start. Yeah, we can just put the 1 point
so we
in
can just
it
go
that
down
gives
to
her the start
10,000.
turn.
Yeah.
Do you have a healer?
No,
Okay.
it's fine.
Overrated, really.
You do have Reimu though. She is a healer. She has a heal. You have Rumia as well.
I had characters.
Chen.
Chen. All according to plan.
Did everybody but Kamachi get owned and then she counterattacked for
Several
Jillian?
people have been getting owned repeatedly.
Several people are getting owned. Okay, hello.
Rip!
So the problem with what happened there is that she got her speed up and I could not keep up with her anymore. Understood. Have a nice day. Okay, so she does that reversion every time she takes a turn.
Ooh.
It might be every time she takes a debuff.
Yes, but she does it on her turn.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, so it kind of seems like all attacks that do debuffs are kind of a bad idea.
Yes.
Granted,
Even-
most attacks do have a debuff attached to
Yeah,
them,
and that's
so
the
it's-
thing. It means a lot of attacks just get worse.
We lived.
See? So now on her next turn, she is going to do the deed.
Yep.
All my buffers are dead. Alright. It's fine?
Yeah, go for it with Chen, I guess.
Never mind.
She didn't get a speed up, though, is the thing.
I guess a big part is, yeah, make sure Kamachi's always topped off because Hina cannot instant kill her, like flat out, period.
Oh,
Well.
there's the speed, though. Put someone new in. Just put someone new in.
to see it!
Hamachi MVP, always.
Sure. Spirit, yeah.
It's not going to do much. Whatever.
There you go. Kamachi can just counter her to death. You're good.
Shit
Whatever.
worked.
Fuck it. Who cares?
That's a lot of cash.
Got there.
That is a
We
lot of
got
cash.
there.
Yeah, I just really didn't know how to deal with her. Like, I could deal with her up until the point where she gave herself a bunch of buffs and then inverted them, and then it's just like, I don't know what to do at this point.
The answer was just last long enough for
Well, I guess
Kamachi
if she
to
gets a
kill her.
really high buff up, you hit her with a debuff that lowers it
Yes.
to like only a 5 or 6% boost. Because it's better to have it only be a 5 or 6% than a 50%. Maybe let me pull up her information.
Mhm.
Should be noted that there is one good use for. Sorry, Marines for all this stuff. There's 5 paragraphs of information on this fight.
It's a non-trivial fight? Wait. She doesn't clear poison when she inverts? What?
Yeah, she only
Because
clears debuff. She doesn't clear like the actual status effect debuff. She doesn't
Secondly,
clear other status
Also,
effects.
never inflict heavy terror or silence on Hina. Other ailments like poison are perfectly fine, but if she detects any of the mentioned on her, she will use spinning around more than usual on the next turn, curing said ailments and buffing all of her stats on top of it.
Right, so anything that doesn't debuff her stats you can use? So
That
like
first
poison and so
fight
forth?
that you were, or the 2 fights you did here, you inflicted heavy on her with your.
Oh, that explains why everything went to shit.
But specifically, poison is okay.
Poison
because
is
it doesn't
okay
have a
because
stat
it
debuff.
doesn't
Poison,
have stat
paralyzed,
down.
or other. Well, but paralyzed, it wouldn't be able to matter.
The thing
but
is,
yeah.
poison does damage.
Yeah.
So she will just let it happen when she takes her turns.
You're still having problems taking too much damage or too many stat downs yourself. There are 2 characters especially useful here. Parsi is an obvious choice because she has sky-high mind resistance and is flat-out immune to debuffs.
Yeah, I guess this is the fight for Parsi actually now. We hadn't been using Parsi at all, that we just completely forgot that Parsi existed.
Parsi's probably also good against the Siren because the Siren does all magic damage as well, it seems like.
I
And
would look
Parsi
at
has-
the Siren, but I'm not going to look at it until we actually get through that fight.
Yeah.
But it
guessing.
does make sense.
Because Parsi has ridiculously high mind, right? That's the
Yes.
entire point. She's
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
magic tank
I
of the
think
game.
I think the trick to the Siren will be building a team of very high mind defense people.
Another person that's good to use is Rumia. She is also completely immune to debuffs. And her fire resistance can be augmented if you give her the love machine. I guess, yeah, because Hina was using a lot of fire moves. Yep, okay, that makes sense. And also, 2 ranks in Realm of the Everlasting Darkness will greatly reduce all of the incoming dark damage while Rumia is active.
Because she is.
It's just, use Rumia is what this game keeps saying in these fights. She's good.
She's good.
There were a lot of situations that fight where everyone else was getting obliterated, and Rumi was just going, I'm fine, what are you guys talking about? This feels great.
Who is this referring
It's
to?
Evangelion.
Oh, okay.
Reimu just shrugs at the camera.
I know that. There are robots there. The robots are made with meat.
Mm-hmm.
Rainbow already said yes. Oh, okay. That is actually in the math.
Oh, away we go.
There's a lot of fun already. Wait, 10? Oh, 40. The kerning on it was a little weird. Can I? Damn.
No, you can't.
I want to touch. You want bite.
But first, solid ooze.
Really doesn't like the nature.
Er,
Well,
For certain values of really
probably
doesn't
doesn't
like
like
the nature.
physical nature.
You know, spiritual nature is entirely different.
What about
Who cares?
death?
Death!
That has got to stop working sometime.
Nope.
No,
Goodbye.
Makes sense.
she did die.
Didn't even die. She just sort of ran out of TP.
Well, she died in the boss fight.
Oh, that's different. Didn't die in this fight.
Alright, anyway. We need to actually construct the walking around party again.
Well, I kind of want to see what Hina does.
Oh, yeah.
Also that.
For what it's
I'm going to
worth,
assume she's a lot like how like the boss fight works, and she's
Yeah.
debuff focused.
Aya is not actually, I've learned, a walking around character.
Oh, you don't have to keep people at level 20 anymore.
Yeah, the
Alright,
next thing that you saw was 24.
23.
Probably doesn't matter.
Magic.
Magic.
High mind.
And 9. Yeah. Really good against Mystic and Dark. Okay, sure.
And then, yes, as we saw, Spirit.
Terror and silence. No debuff resistance at all. But probably because I'm willing to bet that there's a thing where, oh yeah, she takes debuffs like actually buffs, so it's a good thing that she has no debuff resist.
Oh, wait, how do you say her title again?
Higashibina?
Nagashibina?
Akashibina of the Hidden Goddess.
Nagashibina.
Nagashibina. Anyway, what do you do?
What do you do? What
Show
do
us your
you do?
secrets.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, debuff resist. Very good, actually.
Yeah,
Wild
debuff
good.
resist
Extremely
on
useful,
everybody
yeah.
else.
Spinning more. Okay, we'll get to it.
Spinning eat more than usual.
Okay, so yes, she has that.
He also has 2 acres.
Yeah.
Yes, she inverts debuffs by
That's
default
what I thought, yep.
at double effect.
Huh.
Okay. If that was the case in the fight, that's even worse and more nasty.
Oh, there it is.
Slurp.
And the user will absorb the debuffs. Okay, yeah,
Yep.
there you go.
That's what happened. That's
Jesus
what happened.
Christ.
Yeah, because
Okay, so Hina looks really good, actually.
yeah, the guy I was looking at said it uses spinning more than usual. I'm like, but what does that mean? Now we know what that means.
Horrible things happen is what that means. Excuse me? Oh, I see.
I see.
Okay, so
So
here's
she-
the big downside for Hina, though.
Yeah.
You kind of can't have her on the field when you're buffing with Kane or Reimu.
Yes. Her whole thing, she is built for boss fights that do a lot of debuffs. You just put her in there, and then she slurps up all the debuffs.
Of everyone on the battlefield.
Hey, I love it.
Okay, never mind. She just kind of does her thing.
I love
Okay, so-
this ability.
So Hina, you kind of include Hina when you want to do sort of a gimmick thing of using her to debuff everything.
Yeah, there's all the other characters who have the invert debuff abilities as well.
Yeah,
Like
so she uses
Yeah,
this,
Bakers.
and then she then concentrates on the next turn and slurps all the debuffs from her party members onto her.
Okay, it feels a lot to me like
Oh,
Hina
wait,
is a
hold
character
up.
who's going to be extremely fucking good in 30 levels.
what in the fuck is this? Oh, and she burns all her debuffs in order to blow something up. That's phenomenal.
Random debuffs.
Okay, so what we have here is Casino Mage, the character.
If you're including Hina in the party, you're building the entire party around Hina.
Yeah.
You're also
She is another
in-
core
yeah,
character.
Parsi would
Parsi,
do a lot
yeah.
of work. Yomu would do a lot of work.
And I think Orin also has two-way curse.
Mayhaps.
Because I remember somebody else we recruited recently does.
Damn.
Numbers are big.
She's got pretty good base stats.
Magic, she's not attacked.
Yeah.
Like, that's without any equipment. She's got pretty good base stats to start with on top of everything else.
Also, on that note, yes, look at her mind.
Sky fucking high is
Not
what that
buffed
is.
in any way.
If you're fighting a magic using boss, yeah, I saw that 900.
Fuck. Huh?
If you're
What?
fighting a magic using boss, Parsi is a great call. Chen 3
Phoenix
levels.
The Phoenix King Iziki? Huh? What? Huh?
Huh?
Stop saying huh. I'm getting flashbacks to the
genuinely-
after years. It's killing me.
I genuinely expected somebody to say "huh" in response to that.
Theodore, I can hear him. Ah.
It was Orin. Orin has two acres.
Oh, and people said Rumia has immunity to debuffs, so she could also be on the debuff team.
On Team Hina team.
I mean, that's 3 out of 4 people. That's you can build around that.
Like I said, I think Hina is going to be extremely fun to play with in like 30 levels.
There are definitely some characters that just need like, hey, this is a really neat gimmick, but you need the skill points to do the thing.
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
spend the skill points on her right now. Or unless you're just fluffing her out of the
Yeah,
party,
I'm
which
done.
is totally fair.
Slap her out of the party.
We call those characters, oh fuck, what's the ability? Kagen Baton Ninjas.
Wait, Kogasa's joining us?
Sure. It's been a
Yeah,
bit.
Why not?
I didn't know. You said making a walking around party. I didn't know she was part of the walking around party and caught me off guard.
She's another character who I feel like is looking for a party to be part of.
Oh, right.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I like that Chen and Cherno are super speeding their levels. Yeah.
It's still 58, so we haven't unlocked anything new.
The legendary blender?
Wait, we can make a blender?
That's what I'm looking at.
That's some really rare equipment, like items, though.
But better to use it than not use it?
There's another one.
Well, we need 10,000 money anyway, so it's gonna take...
Oh, hey, the bigger ones are around now.
Oh, hey, neat.
Just the one for TP. The maximum MP one isn't around.
But what if two...
Biggest sword ever. Biggest sword ever. Biggest sword ever. Where you at? Come on, you gotta be selling it now.
It's not here yet. She still only has the tier 2s.
Piss.
I need to start, like, legitimately selling a couple things, purely because there is a Chivo for selling stuff.
Oh, and you get stuff for it?
Yeah.
Defeat 60 foes.
Yeah, that'll happen eventually.
A lot of them in this game, though.
28 party members.
Yeah, they're 48 party
48.
members.
Yeah.
There you go. That's how you get her.
You have to buy all 3 of them. That's that was it was 4,000, 12,000, 36,000. So yeah. That's a lot of money.
There we go. Yeah.
You could sell 1,000.
I don't immediately need the defense up.
Fair enough.
Not much, except for the times when it does very important things. Don't ask. $600 enemies.
Collect all party members. That's a different number than the 48 from the previous one.
Interesting.
There are 3 separate chunks of stat boost skills. Ah, infinity gems.
Reach the highest floor. Reach the lowest floor. Ooh, excuse me. Alright, so, now, finally, after the amount of boss fights we have done on floor 5, we finally get to walk around and explore a floor.
A new one. It's still of this map, though.
Yeah, I think these stratums are 3 floors each.
It's pretty good.
Ah, Yoki Jar.
Goriki's charm, huh?
I feel like we have one of those already. I guess not. Nope, there it is.
Oh, yeah, you do, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the spirit one.
Oh, I already despise this floor. Sure is.
The floor with wiggly bits.
Hadouken. Is Kasen the character most likely to yell Hadouken?
No, Sumareko is.
You know, you're right.
Because you remember, you know, I do a Hadouken every night before I go to bed. Sumareko has a lot of the same energy there. You know, actually, being completely honest, it's actually Sanae, because she also knows about Hadouken. And she's more likely to have played Street Fighter. I guess Reimu died.
Yeah. Those
Got deleted off the bat or what?
Yeah.
actually put Chen in.
Yeah.
Chen's really good at killing those drunken spirits.
And
You
she
heard me.
can just, act a bunch of times before
I
anyone
think her
else does
fire
anything.
attack just destroys them.
I think you might be right.
What? You want touch?
Not today. Or maybe it is.
Huh,
Oh,
alright.
okay. You could probably make that
Yes.
blender now.
Yes.
And you want to, I think. They're real good. Destroyed. Just the one, though.
1. It's okay. You can concentrate.
Or
You
swap
just-
somebody else
Yeah,
if you can.
swap somebody else in.
Fair, fair, fair.
Kaguya?
There we go.
Terror.
Understood.
Blazing wheel.
Catwalk. I like your style. I am astonished that that didn't kill.
What are you?
Solid ooze. It's very
Something
solid.
to swing out with Komachi over and over again until it dies with that instant death.
Or maybe Rumia with her damage. Oh, Kamachi has a defense piercing move.
Why are you like this?
The ooze is weak to Komachi, like most things are.
Zig when you should have zagged. It happens.
Apparently, out of literally everything you fought during this entire stream, including all of the bosses, the solid ooze here has the highest defense.
Makes sense.
It's so solid.
Anyway, I know
In
it
that
works.
situation there, yeah, in that situation right there, you should just concentrate with all those characters, shouldn't you? Because that they would-
Yes, you are also correct.
Hey, Ren. Worst comes to worst, just put BP on it. Any character who doesn't have a bunch of it.
Hold on,
be
before
sure.
you go further. So this entire section, this is only one way to go from here. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's a closed loop otherwise.
Uh,
I mean, there was stuff in there. Like, it wasn't completely
yeah, it's just
forgotten,
mostly
but-
that it was all isolated. It just caught me off guard.
Blow up the sea slug and the strike fish, apparently. Kiwa shock.
Cat's Walk is 1 MP.
Yeah.
All right then.
that money's starting to add up finally.
Sorry, I just became aware of the name of this map.
Uh huh.
That
The
sure
Azure
is a
Forest
name.
That sank to the bottom of silence.
That sounds like a Mad Libs map name if ever I've seen one.
So, an Etrian Odyssey map name. Hello. Me want touch.
Nope.
Huh?
But Mad Libs, even by the standards of Etrian Odyssey. Alright.
It's actually really good that Chen is so good at random encounters.
Mm-hmm.
You never have to feel bad about her using her like this.
She probably actually hit 100.
Yeah, we can probably do the thing once we go
The-
back home.
Yeah,
What?
but it's good to just wandering around.
Touch.
But no, not yours.
Whatever you wanted to touch, but God said no.
Here we go. Getting closer.
They don't even let me touch the flag.
Come on. Okay, they did. They finally let you touch the flag. It's just, I was really hoping that they wouldn't. I'm gonna be honest.
I was
hoping that they
also,
wouldn't.
I was also hoping.
Well, she's alive.
And then, you know it, you love it. That's right.
Yes, indeed. Holy crap! It didn't proc death this time.
But it just
Didn't
does
matter.
enough damage.
Time for you to steal more of our fucking drinks, I guess. You can do it if you want to. I'm not sure she'll feel it.
Okay.
Do we have one of those? We bought that,
We
right?
do. It's on Momiji. Because it's actually a good
Alright.
piece of equipment, too.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to pay for another one then.
They're one-time buys.
No!
Marissa.
She's gone already. I'll consider it.
Well,
Alright, place your bets on how much the next one's gonna cost.
we've already seen
already
it's
know, it's in the shorts.
36,000.
Oh, for
Yeah,
fuck's
it's
sake.
36,000.
It is quite large. Two of them!
Two ooze! Two of them! Alright, so you probably want Rumia then for the other one. It just appears through mind.
I will touch the stove.
Not today, you won't.
I will touch the stove. Oh, this is enemy row. It's also not worth it.
Someone's got to kill the regular ooze, though.
The regular ooze has a lot of HP.
Mm-hmm.
Dark side of the moon.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Is it? How do you help?
Momiji, she can just tank the hits. Chen, get out.
Go home, Jen.
Or somebody else can get in, either way.
You think they might be weak to cold?
Momiji can just tank the hits.
I mean,
She
you can
took
just
2
say
hits.
She can tank the hit, in other words. Nailed this.
Feels fair.
These enemies are a lot.
Finally.
Ooh, that's really good. That was the other component of you can make 2 blenders now.
Double steel.
You could have 3 blenders on one person.
Picture me yelling double steel into a mason jar or something.
You know what? It might not be a bad idea to use rest to recover MP.
Double steel.
Thank you.
Eh.
It means
Yeah, we can
Komachi
just
has
take the express
access to
trip
her-
home.
Nope, too bad.
Yes, 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 yes. It's perfect.
This map is a lot.
This map is so good.
Whoever made this map knew what they were doing. Let's just fuck
They
with people.
absolutely knew what they were doing.
Oh, it's the best.
damn.
Yeah, she does damage too.
It's just she has better things to do most of the time. Oh, you're back in, Jen.
Time for
Notori's gonna blow somebody up.
Oh wait, it's Cherno.
Singular person.
Let me go back and explore this part. I got distracted by wanting to touch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot to ask since I missed the opening bit. Did you press the 200% button again?
No, I actually got. I did not do it this time.
Good for you.
Which button is that? Oh, the fight immediately button. All right.
All right, Doc. I have more dumb theoretical Touhou questions.
Sure thing.
Okay. Who is more likely to go to the 7-Eleven at 2 in the morning?
Okay, go to the 7-Eleven at 2 in the morning is actually a pretty complicated answer here, because here's the thing. Mystia would be running the 7-Eleven at 2 in the morning.
Yes. All right.
But that would preclude her going to the 7. She would have gone to the 7-Eleven at like 7 p.m.
Like who's going to the 7-Eleven at 2 in the morning because they're like kind of hungry, but they don't got anything up, and they're probably gonna be up for like another 3 hours.
That's the question. Context is important here.
Oh, I just realized
That's right.
Yeah, this uses a lot of MP.
Yes. That's
It's okay,
the drawback.
she recovers 8 every time she does it. Anyway, Echo of the whatever.
Yeah, the
it
9
is.
gods.
So anyway, I started lasering.
So, okay, here's the thing. In the middle of this question, and this is going to be incredibly confusing, I got randomly DM'd out of fucking nowhere, by some rando whose question was, hey, can you ask us the DLC for Shantae Half Genie Hero from the main menu? Out of nowhere, from someone who I have never spoken to before, or even, like, seen.
Okay, so you don't know this person in any context.
Well, Doc.
No way.
Well, Doc.
I have no fucking clue. I've never played that game.
Shantae, or Shantae, I guess. But yeah, like, it's not an uncommon game. It's just, why would they ask Doc? And who is this person?
No. Don't put anyone on blast.
Shanta. I'll put Vinay on blast for calling it Shanta.
That's fair.
I remember being at PAX East and someone walked by and saw a Shantae game and said something disparaging, and I saw the look on Newbie's face of, I want to punch this person.
Yeah.
Not because, people are entitled to opinions, but they're just being a dick about it for no particular reason at all.
Alright. What about extending arm, though?
Extending arm.
As it turns
Right, she's
out...
got a million jillion attack, I
It
forgot.
turns out 1,000 attack does just kind of make every move work.
What is Super Scope 3D? The largest? No, that's really stupid.
Is it?
It's incredibly stupid.
Is
it? It is, and you know it.
Having used the Super Scope before, they're pretty cool.
They are. I don't suspect that they eat a lot though.
By the way, the name of that move being called Super Scope 3D isn't like happenstance or anything. When she does that in the fighting game, she literally pulls out a Super Scope.
Well, yeah, I assumed.
Damn. Well, she tried. So did the rest of your team.
It's time for extending arm.
Hopefully it
Alright,
kills everybody.
Everybody.
I have given them a good rundown of, hey, this was extremely rude, and people are going to get mad at you for doing it. Have a good one, and then blocked them. Ugh.
Anyway, to put you back in a better mood. So who goes to the 7-Eleven? Because they got the munchies.
Okay, gonna be a slightly more obscure character here then. It's Sunny Milk of the Three Fairies of Light.
Okay. Explain your work.
Sunny Milk stays up very late and sleeps in very, very deep into the day and doesn't, like, stay awake too often, and in general is just kind of a doofus. And she's a dumbass fairy, you know? She wouldn't care. She'll just go to the 7-Eleven that late at night.
Yeah. Grocery stores aren't open at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Hello, friend.
And you
No.
might be, for anyone who's like vaguely aware of the Three Fairies, might be wondering, hey, why didn't I say Luna Child, who's stronger at night and all that? It's because Sunny and Luna are fucking dumb and literally have the exact opposite sleep schedules that they should. Sunny stays up real late at night, and Luna gets up real early in the morning.
I kind of want to see how much damage Extendable Arm does. Just as a curiosity.
Damn it!
Why are you so upset every time that the character's gimmick works?
It just... Because, like, Nitori doing it, he has nearly 1,000 attack. Chen extremely doesn't. This doesn't seem like the numbers should be accurate.
Because she
But she buffs herself to sky high with Kimontonko. That's the thing.
How fast does it decay?
Pretty fast, it seems.
Okay, because I was like, I was looking at the number and it said plus 25, and I'm like, that doesn't seem high enough. For
No,
that.
it was
I guess-
max, but because she's going so rapidly, it's falling off.
She's bleeding it because she's taking.
Well,
damage.
Nitori is about to explode. Like,
Yes.
This
Literally
one.
anything will kill her, including
This
that.
was not an attempt to try to succeed
Yeah.
at this.
No,
Yeah.
this was a quick way back to town.
Mana Burst. There it is at the top left. Okay. I can just look at the top left to see the names of things.
Yes. Anyway.
Level up.
I will accept your answer. But we'll follow it up with another question.
Yes.
Who's the most likely to be found at Taco Bell?
Okay. Who's the most likely
As
to be
opposed
found
to
at
any
Taco
other
Bell?
fast food joint.
No, specifically Taco Bell.
Okay, well that's what I meant, as opposed to any other fast
Yes.
food joint. It has to be specifically Taco Bell. Okay.
Yes. Hey, we got no shortcuts that entire fucking run.
Yep. Well, the chat has a suggestion. I don't know what Doc's answer is going to be, and I suspect he's not looking at the chat at the time being. But
No, I am. I see it.
oh, okay, I thought you were going to make your
Thing is
call
that-
and then see if it lines up.
Yuma eats everything is the thing. Yuko liking to eat, by the way, is not actually just a fan thing. That's been mentioned before in series. But I also don't think Yuko would be the character because she
Taco Bell
likes
type.
eating well.
Yes.
Who would just straight up shovel garbage into her mouth is the question. Or who could only afford
Whoa!
to shovel garbage into her mouth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Komachi is apparently Poverty Reaper, but
No, she's not. Well, she's not. She herself is not necessarily.
okay,
like-
it's the organization that's broke.
Yes. No, Shion
How's-
can't afford Taco Bell.
Gion can't afford food.
I deeply appreciate that somebody has spoken up in the first time in chat to respond exactly with Shion could not afford food.
You know what they're talking about.
I mean, fair.
You know, actually, that's a good answer. Utsuho.
I can accept Utsuha.
Yeah, she
Burns a
probably
lot of
be whole-
calories.
Not even just that, like, she
What? Oh.
just feels correct.
She's the Taco Bell type.
Yes.
All right.
I have one more in this line of questioning.
Now that you mentioned it, I'm not sure I've ever eaten at Taco Bell.
That's not the
Not-
worst.
It's solidly mediocre.
Yeah, I was gonna say not really because of volition, but just because circumstances have never really conspired to bring me close enough to a Taco Bell when hungry.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that there are actually just places as well that there are just no Taco Bells around. Pale Wings
Right.
Thruster.
Yes.
So what is your final question?
Yeah, you'll need to excuse
hey,
me.
guess what? Someone here is not equipped with anything.
That would explain why Kagasa was having problems, I think.
Look. Actually, what about sub tank? What about secondary tank?
That was a sub equipment, by the way, the Pale Wings Thruster, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. It's the speed booster plus 36, I believe.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which would be something to put on Aya next time Aya is at the party. Okay.
Or Chan now. I guess she has her attack.
I'm gonna
Jen
ask
wants
this.
attack boosts, yeah.
I'm gonna ask this, and I already know what the answer is gonna be, but I need to ask it anyway.
Oh no.
Yes.
Hold up, I'm
Suspense.
trying to think of the best way to word this.
Okay.
It's 5 p.m. and I'm going to I'm going to get dinner. Who do I see at the Wawa? Which, as
At
you
the
know,
Wawa.
would actually be in Gensoukyo because it is a fictional place.
What?
Yeah, the Wawa isn't actually real, so, like, it could definitely show up in Gensoukyo. Exactly. Who would be at 5 p.m., like, just regular dinner time at the Wawa?
Regular dinner
basically,
time.
right?
Is Wawa like a convenience store? What is it?
It's
don't-
sort of
It
like
is a
a,
gas station, restaurant, convenience store combo. It's an
see.
everything museum.
Huh.
yeah, it's got a deli in there. They make you
What in the
sandwiches.
fuck?
Concentrate. She needs to be up to high MP.
Okay.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a gas station with a fucking deli counter.
Yeah, that's why the Wawa is so special. Who has the most Jersey vibes, I guess, is the big question, right? And,
This is a highly regionally specific question. I don't know how I'd even begin to answer that. Well, here we are.
This is a highly inside joke question.
Level
Wow.
70?
That is the 100% cold resist, which I have already made one of those for a boss fight.
Right. That is a thing you did. Meanwhile, Ooze is here. Goodbye,
Anyway.
Ooze.
Second question. If it
Well.
existed, would this thing be a chain, or is there just like one of them?
It's a chain.
no, it's a
Okay.
large chain that spreads
I see.
across, like, a large part of the center, southern, and somewhat, it's like
It's in
it's
East
the
Philly.
East Coast. It's in the East Coast and a little bit to the west of it. It's like in a circle around, like, the central part of the East Coast of the United States.
It's mainly in New Jersey and just kind of spreads out from there.
All right, and specifically, I'm wondering because, like, this appears to be the exact inverse of Coffee Crisp, where everybody stared at me blankly when I mentioned it, because it apparently just doesn't exist outside of Canada. Apparently, Wawa just does not exist outside of this specific subset.
Okay, so there is
for
an
what it's
exception
worth,
to this.
Shabadoo. For what it's worth, Shabadoo. From what I understand, Florida Wawas are extremely a shadow, like a pale shadow of actual continental Wawas.
Those are the Waways.
Yeah, that was the way it was.
I knew you were going for that joke at some point, and I was just waiting for it.
I call it continental specifically just because there is a zone where there aren't any, and then they show up again in Florida.
Oh, I thought there was like Hawaiian Wawas that were.
And
Oh, no, probably
there's actually an explanation for this for Vinay. The reason that there is a bunch of weird. Okay, I guess the drunken ice spirits are like really magic resist. The reason why there's Wawas all in the northern part and then none, and then in the south, is because everybody from Jersey retires to Florida.
Of course.
You know, I'm going to go ahead and say, and this is going to be probably a weird answer without you thinking about it. It's probably Marisa.
All right.
Given what we've seen of her, kind of, yeah.
I think you'd find Marisa at the Wawa at 5 p.m. just getting herself a hoagie.
Okay, so I'm seeing how this is going to work now. There's something
You're going to get a whole bunch of shortcuts and stuff. Oh no, you beat the foe, you go down, and then you just go over to the right there and go back up, and you create yourself a new second half of the map.
Exactly, yes. That foe was separating the two halves of the map.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Aquamarine
Did
Nights.
you make that any items the last time you went back? I wasn't paying attention.
No.
Okay. Because we've definitely picked up a lot of materials to make some good stuff.
Okay, so here's going to be me explaining my work here, all right?
Go for it.
Marisa is actually a pretty good cook. This is a known quantity, but she doesn't usually do it herself. And she's
So
completely
lazy.
fine with... No, she's not lazy. She just doesn't necessarily cook for herself. That's a different thing.
Well, I mean,
Marisa's extremely not lazy. Marisa works very, very hard.
okay, but like want of volition, want of opportunity, want of facilities, what's the issue?
Some people
here?
don't like to spend their time cooking when they could be doing other things.
Well, I mean, that suggests want of volition then.
But regardless, Marisa is generally pretty well adjusted and goes to places and like visits other people way more than she stays at her own place and cooks for herself or anything like that. So, she's the kind of person to me that would go out to a Wawa every day and grab herself a hoagie.
I'm nodding my head. Well, I like Jen. Jen was a good
Sorry.
character.
She's got enough TP that she might stick around anyway.
Oh, we gotta go
next
check
time-
that thing.
Yeah, the next time you actually leave, just pop in to go check out the Chen battle points thing.
Ah, yeah, alright.
That Chen also has a ton of TP, so her falling once isn't the end of the world.
That is what I was saying. She can stick around.
I'm navigating from the mini-map.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what it's for, right?
I despise the solid oozes. I want to not be on this floor anymore.
I
I
mean,
don't want you to be on this floor either.
yeah. I was gonna say, I think they share that opinion.
Every time. Every fucking time I do that.
Is there a reason Kamachi spent so much time on the sidelines?
She was building up juice.
Okay,
Yeah, she is refilling empty.
fair enough. Because yeah, she
Maria-
was your solid ooze killer, but
Listen, I would say you are objectively a pretty good cook if you're able to make a reasonably tasty salad out of hemlock without poisoning people.
also
That
a talented
makes you a good
chemist in
cook.
some ways.
Yes. Like, cooks are chemists, if they know what they're doing.
I'd say bakers are chemists. Cooks don't necessarily have to be. There's a certain amount of
They don't
wiggle room
have
in
to be,
cooking
but there's a lot of
business.
science behind cooking as well.
Sure, I understand. My point is simply that, like, if you're looking for precision like you are in chemistry, it's not necessarily good. It can. Not necessarily.
Oh yeah, that's right. You've already found one of those.
Oh, apparently the next BP character we need to build up is actually Wriggle, since there is an event we passed for her as well.
Legendary
Legendary
blender.
We could have 4 blenders.
D-Crumb, how could... No.
Take out the bracer of power, put on another blender. Why not?
What if she just had 2 blenders on?
It gives her MP, was the big reason I brought it up. Also, the affinity
Easy.
up makes her really good at not dying.
Also, more speed. Basically, she likes all those stats.
So anyway,
Turns out you
Sarah
have to
explore.
fight the siren, or you had to schmoove your way past the siren. There
If
is
you go
no
to a warp
alternative
point,
at this
can you
point.
warp to the other places while in the dungeon?
what?
I think you might have to go home first.
Yeah, you have to go home first.
Okay, I didn't know if you had to do that or not. If you wanted to just move to a different floor to go do something if you're trying to stay in the dungeon for a long enough time frame.
No, it's time. It's time to move.
You're gonna try to schmooze past it? Okay.
Oh boy.
I mean,
Hey, if it doesn't work,
Here
it
we
doesn't
go.
work.
Well,
that,
hold
that-
that thought, I guess.
that's the entire actual mechanic of foes. You're not supposed to fight them. You're supposed to move past them. They're movement puzzles.
Yeah, but you also probably can fight it and succeed at it. You almost won, or at least got pretty close at level 20.
The general assumption for foe design is you're not supposed to be able to beat them when you first get there. You can by being clever, but generally you're not supposed to be able to.
Yeah, but I think this one's not particularly hard for these, and you could definitely have done that.
Yeah. I mean, it's especially true on the first couple floors of any place you go to in these kinds of games. Is the foe is supposed to be wildly outside of your range, but when you get later and later in it, it's one of those foes become more accessible.
Yeah.
Nice. Accessible to be killed right away because you just have so many more options to deal with them. You've got
Whereas, like, the Fury Horns, you will die if you fight
Yes.
them immediately.
you don't
they're-
have the tools to beat
you
them
just
at
do
level
not win.
1
Okay.
or 3.
Alright, prepare for movement.
Incorrect.
We didn't start well. Continue to not start well. Well, goodbye.
Okay.
Wrong.
Wrong.
Yeah, I think if you had
Well,
kept going, you might have been
Yeah,
able to do it.
I
That's okay. We just leave.
Okay. So apparently we need wriggle for one of those as well.
and we can check the one with Chen. So
All right. Vinay finally gets what he wants.
yay!
Bugs.
Poison loss.
Yeah, we need more poison in our lives. You can probably just build her out as a tank, to be honest, because she does all her damage by poison anyway.
And she has decent, like, mixed defenses, too.
Yeah, there you go. Delicious.
Oh wow. I know I just
Wow.
put a +5 on her, but look at her TP.
Yeah.
I think all of Team 9 has relatively high TP because the gimmick is to basically use just a party of 4 when those, and just not have any of them die.
Level up.
Is it time to live the Team 9 dream?
God, that's so many levels.
Probably not.
No, probably not.
Chen is level 25.
Chen really
Chen-
accelerates.
Jen goes fast, yeah. Jen is her own animal. Well, not actually. She's somebody else's animal, but she does her
She's
own
also technically not just an animal. The Shikigami and how they work. Shikigami are basically
thing. I know she's a paper cutout or whatever, but like
not quite.
paper.
So, in Touhou, Shikigami are basically a magical program that you can write and then run on the OS of something else.
Right.
So, Chen is actually a magical ethereal program entity that is running off of a Nekomata. They're
Is
technically
this
two separate.
Nekomata anywhere in particular?
No, she just is a cat, basically, just Nekomata.
Okay, there just is. Yeah.
So
She's
the
just
thing
cat
is that
software.
Chen is, and there's an additional part of this. Shikigami are weak to water, and their like connection to the being that they are on actually shorts out when you get them suffused with water. You know, like if you tossed a computer into a vat of water.
Well, that's true.
thing is that for Chen, the Shikigami and the cat are technically two distinct entities, and one is out over the other. Although they're generally both pretty much in the same mind of what they should or should not do at the time. Meanwhile, Yukari's direct Shikigami, Ran, no one has seen the Kitsune, the nine-tailed fox, in there for a long, long time because the Shikigami is very, very, very solidly taken over the identity of the Kitsune. The Kitsune,
Fine.
by the way, being heavily implied to be Tamame no Mae.
Huh. Huh.
Huh. That's actually really good. Increase all elemental affinities. That's pretty nice.
Is that the only character we've seen with that ability?
We really haven't been looking at those.
That's true. But I do seem to remember a bunch of them have different available. Like, you'll see she has a different list than
Yes.
Mia does.
Wait, have we had Rin in our party and not spent anything on her?
Yes.
So she's going to do the extra attack, right? Because you can put 2 points into
Extra attack is definitely the
Yeah,
her
extra
most
attack,
important thing.
you windmill slam everything into right now, I think.
And then poison things.
Slurp. Okay. Let's take a look here. So I think Comet on Earth is the spammable poison one. And yeah, it inflicts a big poison stack.
Nightbug tornado.
Yeah, fuck it. Icicle Falls cat.
Back into Beloved Tomboyish Girl.
Blizzard blowout.
What does
I
that
kind
even
of like
do?
that Blizzard blowout.
I kind of like Blizzard Blowout.
So basically, someone said that you can build Cherno as basically she explodes and inflicts a
Oh,
huge
right.
speed
That's
debuff on enemies.
the reaction bomb Cherno. Got it.
Yeah, that is bomb Cherno.
Always rising after falling in Blizzard Blowout.
Virus bomb.
Yeah, you have Cherno die on purpose, and then she only loses like 2 TP from that, and you just go for it.
Wait,
It is?
it did not have a spear when we fought it.
That did.
No, it was this
First
exact.
one had a knife.
It was this exact model. The second time, I want to say.
No, it wasn't.
Was it not?
It wasn't. It was this.
Okay.
Because that looks like a jackhammer, the way she's holding it, and that's what she was doing to you.
Well, it's a spear, but
Yeah, I know, but
Hang on. Does the first Alice doll...
somebody's saying it was the knife spray.
Huh.
I thought for certain it was the spear. Ugh.
Not particularly important at the moment.
I can always check the video.
Oh, Chrysomalos.
Oh, hey. This thing drops the happy hat.
Good. Had a 2% chance.
2%! And speaking of, we should probably make some things. You already have enough blenders, that's fine. It was more that there's other stuff you could possibly
There was
make
something
that is
added
decent.
to the... Oh, I think you might be able to make anything that you've picked up before.
Makes sense.
But no, that doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't actually make any sense because...
There's a couple of these that are ×0.
Yeah.
Well, that might be times 0 because you have
It's
them
4 ball space. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
because the blender thing at the bottom, Newbie has 2 of those equipped.
Right. You can still have them and not have them seen here.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, because I think we have a pair of Talaria, but I could be wrong about that.
No, I see. It doesn't count it because if they're equipped, these are like in your inventory. But yeah, I don't have this. I don't have this.
That's right. I don't think we've ever seen a water cutting sword or heroes medal. Or the arch. What the hell is the arch?
It's the arch.
Daijobu. Mandai Nai. It's an El Shaddai joke.
I see.
Now you might be wondering, why the fuck is there an El Shaddai reference in this?
I really am not.
El
There are enough
Shaddai.
references to everything else.
El Shaddai was briefly a popular meme on Nika Nika Doga.
Really?
Specifically, the cutscene introducing Enoch, basically, with like, oh yeah, sure that's enough armor, and he goes down and then gets his ass kicked.
As for we need to make something, I'm gonna hold off a little bit because I want to get to the next floor and see if like changing a stratum unlocks a bunch of new things to make.
Worth investigating. Don't forget we have an event to hit first.
Yes. Now the better question is, Newbie, do you remember what floor that was on? I think it was 4.
3? 4? All right, fair enough.
Yep, it's right there.
Hooray. All right.
At the
let's
end
see
of the
here.
hallway here. Because the other one is Satori, who we still need to find Utsuho.
Right. Who's around here somewhere, I guess. Was this the knight that kicked our ass, or was it the other one?
It was the other one.
Nah, it's the other one. The Aquamarine Knight was the easy one. There's a Lazarite Knight somewhere who's the one that kicks ass.
Okay. I think we've beaten one of them by now, but
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, plenty.
Well,
Understood.
we did it, I guess.
That's probably for recruiting someone later.
Yeah, I figure it's a flag that's necessary to trip.
And that other thing over there is 300 fights, which we still haven't hitting yet. Okay, yeah, that's 4 stone.
All right, onwards.
I want to poke. Taking a look at floor 5 real quick.
Sure. Anything in particular
You
you're
could
thinking
just
about?
pull the boss over while you're here.
That. Oh, weird. There's a new event at the bottom.
Hmm.
Pretty much whenever an event happens on the lower floor and you finally pass it, I always feel like it's a good idea to go check all the consecutive floors.
Probably fair.
I went the wrong
You
way.
went the wrong way.
I'm very strong now.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing what she's supposed to be doing. She's really good at clearing those units. Come to think of it, since she hit her thing, you could probably put Wriggle in the front so she could start building up.
All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do something for you now. You do still need more points on Chen.
Oh boy.
You need to go
Well,
up to
fine.
200 specifically.
She comes right back
Granted,
in.
you
Never
don't
mind.
you don't have to do it until
Now,
you reach
yeah.
the 9th floor though. So
Just by being in the party, she should hit the 9th,
Yes.
200.
She
Good.
will just. you
Hey,
know,
I'm probably not
awesome.
going to take Chen out of the party for a while. All right.
Pushing it up.
Helpful cat has
And
served
the
as-
one on the right there was the encounter with Raymu and Marissa that still wasn't popping off. What are their... Oh, Marissa's not in the party. Try to get Marissa in the party again.
Yep.
Raymu's up to 500.
Who are you gonna kick out though?
Oh, is that one all the way on the right a wriggle event? Okay.
I think the Raymu one was on a previous floor.
No, that's the one. All the way over there on the
Okay.
right.
That's a wriggle event, apparently.
Even though Rayl doesn't show up in it at all, that's not very well.
Yeah, that is
Well,
my,
yeah,
that
that is
I
really
think-
strange.
Yeah, no, that is my one issue with the BP things, is that
They're not always well communicated at all.
yeah, who you need to work on.
They've at least been like in the early game. It's fine if they're not particularly well communicated because
You only
That's what
have
I
a
call
certain
it.
amount of people at that point,
yeah,
so it doesn't
yeah.
really matter.
Like the one we needed Minoriko for, we hit that threshold completely by accident just because we needed a healer.
And Minoriko showed up none in that scene. It was just like, oh, there's a flower here. That's weird. And then
But at least there was a logical connection there. Like we could squint at it and figure it out.
kind of, except she's a harvest goddess.
Yeah, there's actually that would be the wrong character for familiarity
Oh,
with the
that's true,
series
yeah,
implies
yeah.
that would be the wrong character to associate with flowers.
Ooh,
Mm.
that was
Was it a
464
flower or a
experience.
budding plant?
It was a flower.
Okay.
If you do 23-ish, 24 more of those fights, you'd hit that 10,000 experience, which would be one of those Chivos you're looking to get.
We will get that eventually somewhere else.
Well,
Yeah,
the main reason I
somewhere.
bring it up is I think you get a ton of money for doing
Yes,
that, which
but
would let you...
23 fights in one
That
dive
is
is
a
a
lot.
lot.
It's fine. That's what Shen's here for.
I was like, hey, Medbot.
You'd have to get lucky and have no solid oozes like the entire
Yeah.
time.
And that's the thing.
This game actually kind of whips.
Yeah.
We have gotten through a lot of boss fights with completely non-standard strategies, such as, okay, our one character does counterattacks when a character goes down. Let's just keep throwing party members into the blender until we kill the boss.
Hey,
That was probably the best stupid strategy we've had thus far.
I maintain using death on that one boss fight was the right idea. It just happened to use the death proc right as you killed it with normal attacks.
Should get back to playing the Three Fairies game.
That is another one I want to look at. Vinay, Three Fairies Journey is a game.
Okay, before you start, did you like the Gambit system in Final Fantasy 12?
It was pretty okay, yeah.
All right, do you want the Gambit system in Final Fantasy 12 except way deeper? Like way
Like
deeper.
for
and more
loops and
complex?
so forth. Because
Yeah, there's full-on programming involving
Ah,
stuff,
yes.
like
Here we go. That's the good stuff.
if-then statements and stuff being used.
Good. Yes.
Probably going to be a jump-off point around here. Oh, no, there isn't.
No, it's just, this is how you get to the other half of the map.
Yeah, I was expecting there to be a connection to the previous section, though.
No.
So the...
You just, you
Yeah.
have a starting point now.
There is a Three Fairies RPG, which is basically you program the characters to act by themselves, and it's really in depth and pretty cool.
That sounds pretty awesome. So, can't remember. Have you ever played an old board game called Robo Rally?
I have not now.
It is not really the same thing, but it scratches something of the same itch.
Sorry, starting off the thing with, have you ever played X? No, it's not really the same thing.
Yeah, I understand. It is sort of adjacent in the sense that, like, so the way Robo Rally works is that you're dealt a hand of assorted instruction cards that are all like turn left, turn around, walk 2 or 3 spaces forward, what have you. And out of these, you need to make a set of 5 instructions that are executed in order, in
Those
some
materials.
priority system. So, there's that programming idea there with the slight proviso that every time you take damage or every time you take a step, board hazards happen, and every time you take damage, one of your instructions gets locked so that you are stuck doing stupid, non-productive things until you heal yourself. In many ways, Roborally is kind of a chaos generator because I don't think I've ever seen.
Frog!
Oh, yo!
Oh no, frog!
This is
Powerful.
That is a very accurate.
All right, let's start taking apart
Rogue.
these dudes.
Hey, what's the big idea? I'm just a brutish man, not a delicate frog.
Frog is resistant
Frog.
to fire. Well.
Goodbye.
Ooh.
Well,
Also goodbye.
It's okay, she can get rid of that ooze. Time to start pulling in party members.
Yep. Please destroy everything.
He's got 20 ATP, it's
Unbelievable.
fine.
Flight of Iditen the frog.
Punch that frog. No, that's probably better. Well,
Goodbye.
that's the turn-off special right there.
That's the
Swap
turn-off
in,
special.
immediately destroyed in a single hit.
Alright, fuck this frog, actually!
This frog, actually.
Holy shit, this frog!
they learned I'm very resistant to fire attacks. The first thing I see that uses ice, I'm a kill.
Insane.
There it is.
Oh boy!
Oh, poor Cherno.
How many times has Cherno popped in and then immediately came with an attack that does 4 digits and dies?
That's Cherno.
I
Maybe
mean,
we actually
it
make the
happens
Cherno
so
bomb
much.
special.
her evasion's 44. She's not supposed to get hit that much.
I mean, she does dodge a lot, is the thing. Like,
Okay,
she,
okay.
Jen, and...
Medibot's
fair-
right for what it's worth. Cherno is elementally weak to frog.
Fair.
Oh, Lord.
But yeah, she is a boss fighting. Have we gotten 36 or more? Hooray! What do
Yeah!
We win nothing. We won fucking nothing.
Yeah! Alright, so my actual...
There's gonna be an event.
There's gotta be an
past
event. Yeah,
Yes.
there's gotta be an event there.
that. I
But
hate
still,
I hate
like-
this one. I hate this.
Oh, this is
Silence
not
just kicked
good.
in too.
Hey, what's up, my guy? I'm entirely out of water. I dwell in the aquatics.
I dwell in the aquatics, really?
That's what his name. It says it right there.
It says it right there. Oh, could y'all not?
Why'd you just punch it with Kamachi?
Because
Yeah,
she's
what-
silenced.
Silence.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
yeah.
poison.
Yeah, you could see one full turn of charge will bring the solid
Holy
oozes out
shit.
to 1.
That's
Poison's
a
for a
lot of
very long time.
poison!
That's a lot
There's
of
a
poison.
reason I've been shouting about Wriggle for the past 2 sessions. God on Earth does an ass ton of poison.
Well, that was pretty.
You can trivially poison a solid ooze to death with Comet on Earth.
It
I-
still gets a couple of attacks off, though, is the thing.
Yeah,
It will get 1 attack off. A full charge will reduce itself to 1.
hey, hey, Matt.
Yay!
Oh, fuck me.
You got Komachi for this, it's fine. Never mind, she's paralyzed.
Never mind, she's counterattacking. Time for the Firefly phenomenon.
Yeah? Now then.
Be gone.
Yeah. What the fuck?
That's her big spell.
Yeah, I know. That was a little bit bigger than I was expecting.
Yeah, she's gonna be gone
now
for
she's
ages,
gotta take a
though,
nap.
because she needs
Yeah.
to take an extreme nap.
I'm gonna point out again. 814 magic.
Yes. Also, 1 MP recovery rate.
Yeah, so Kaguya, I think, is maybe your most legit, just straight up mage characters, even including Marisa. She is the most dedicated wizard you've got.
I'd actually switch out Cherno. She's not going to do anything in this next fight, and then she'd hit 0 TP and ditch.
Well,
23, huh?
Level 23, huh?
Well,
Maybe you can do
level
and
40.
Hey, there's the there it
It's
is.
a shortcut.
All right, you made a lot of permanent
Progress
progress.
has finally.
okay.
You know what?
Is that
Hold
a
on.
level 40 fight?
That's a level 40 fight.
Do we want to touch the stove?
I say we touch the stove at full power. Just for fun.
I'm touching the stove right now, and no one's going to stop me.
Stove.
Fair
There's
enough.
so much stuff to explore here, though, before that.
The sound of the... There's so much to do, though.
There is, though.
Newbie's response is just every morning I wake up and. God, I wish I remembered the rest of that meme.
I open Palm Slam.
Open
VHS.
palm slam, yeah. Onto the
put
stove
VHS in
in
the
this
slot,
case.
and it is- I open Palm Slam a VHS into my pot of oatmeal. It's Chronicles of Riddick, and I start doing all the moves right there alongside him. I do every move, and I do it every hard. I make whooshing noises with my mouth as I do kung fu kicks.
Why was all the rest of that correct, but you said pot of oatmeal?
Because when they talked about it about breakfast. It's in the slot of the VHS tape into my player and all that.
I didn't actually hear him say breakfast.
Okay.
Oh no.
I put it into breakfast because that's where I like it. That's how I play my VHS tapes. I don't have a VHS player anymore. Who the fuck does?
You know,
Goodbye,
I might-
Wriggle.
As we watch the Aquamarine Knights elf just evaporate in the background.
Double tap.
Whoa!
Yeah,
You
you
can
trigger
go multiple times.
Ding. As soon as somebody
Okay.
can deal 1 damage.
Yeah, the problem is we do have to do 1 damage to the knight.
Hey, it didn't
Oh,
water
wait.
again.
That's a equipment, isn't it?
Alright, Wriggle has a million.
Yeah, the watering
billion-
can's a main hand. It's
It
the
is.
It's
It's
TP
bonus TP and some
Yes.
other stuff, I think.
No, it's just bonus.
Oh, it's a
TP.
big
It
one.
was just
yeah.
bonus
yeah,
TP, okay.
Well, bigger than the Miko's board.
Yes, it's big bonus TP.
Probably medium bonus TP.
I guess you're right.
I could be super wrong. We'll see. That's
I
the fun of this game is just finding stuff.
I understand, but I can't remember seeing a smaller TP item than Miko's board.
No,
Doesn't mean it doesn't
Miko's
exist.
board is the smallest.
Okay. That would make it the medium TP.
It was also
We
the
get to
very
touch, we
first
get to
item of the
touch.
game, so...
Purple Dragon
Hey,
Crystal.
perfect.
Solid.
Hey, those are nice.
Nope, don't get that one. Too bad.
Look.
Oh,
Brutish frogs. And also some solid ooze. Gross.
Yes. And we can poison it.
front. Yeah.
Can we poison it?
I don't know. Let's find. Well, or you
Harvest.
could do that, I guess. This time for sure. It's actually out.
Why?
Well,
Why
it's
though?
a piece.
Why
It's
though?
fine.
You could have hit anybody else.
Huh. That is less resistant than I thought it was going to be, to be honest.
It's more Jen has
Oh, attack. She has attack.
Alright, well. Rumia can be in one more fight.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that a couple people earlier said Rumia is very much a specialist, but man, she's great anyway. If I was playing this game, I'd use her as much as I possibly could. Just
I didn't say
because-
Rumia was a specialist. Rumia is actually a
Somebody in the
generalist.
chat did.
Every character in Team 9 was a generalist.
Somebody in the chat said she was a specialist.
I feel like that's just wrong.
Yeah, that
I think
seems,
that every member of
I
Team
can't
9 is a
remember
generalist.
anything in her
Sky
skill
high
set
mindset.
suggesting she's a specialist.
Yeah, she has a sky high mind.
Defenses
stat.
don't
And-
really determine a character's entire role into something, though.
Fair enough.
Oh man, you don't want to come down to the aquatics sometime? It's always a good time down there.
Life aquatic with aquatic dweller.
Alright, well, I'll see you later then.
Aquatic dweller now played by the abridged series of Henchman 24 from the Venture Brothers.
Of course, there's an abridged series.
There
Oh,
is,
God.
but
No.
it sounds like it.
No, the Henchman 24 is more sound like Ray Romano.
Right, sounds more like this.
Yeah, you're right. Not
Oh,
quite as thorough.
bro.
Frog bit back. Ow.
Okay, Rumia's got this. Well, she's going
Does
to
she?
get one of them. Nope, never mind.
Does she have this?
Totally got
That's
this.
fine. She was leaving anyway.
That's fair.
And Minaroko's got this.
I
on her move.
need
You need
anyone in here.
Kaguya? Somebody? Anybody?
It's fine. Why are
It's
these
fine.
frogs such a problem?
They're level 25.
Powerful frogs.
Oh, you are Jen.
Jen did work.
You're still recovering. 6 MP by the way at this point.
Kaguya, can you
She,
please?
no, she regenerates so fucking slowly.
We don't have an item that boosts MP regen yet, do we?
No.
No. Otherwise, we would have
minute-
slammed that on Kaguya.
Yeah,
in a
the
fucking
minute that
heartbeat.
happens, it goes directly onto her.
All right. Might me want touch.
Maybe. No, not yet.
Me
Maybe.
want touch. Hello.
We're
Okay.
good.
Second
Yay.
tunnel. All right, see? Worth it.
And also, I'm pretty sure you can touch the 23 here. Yep.
It's time for 23.
This is probably Utsuho, I'm assuming. Yep.
BRB.
Just a bunch of
so
monsters. Please just be a bunch of monsters.
I think it's going to be like Orin.
The Blue Orchid.
Hello.
Well, only one thing to do.
Well, you froze it at least.
Hmm.
All right.
These barriers. Poison it, poison it, poison it. We must see.
Poison.
It does cold, which is like the one
Bones.
thing that she can't deal with.
So yeah, let's see how much Nightbug does because it does extra damage. Okay. I am watching that HP.
Poison's. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going down reliably.
Yeah. It will constantly bleed.
Narrow confines. Yeah. Get all those debuffs.
I'm
as well.
checking resistances.
Yeah. Heavy. And terror. Wow.
What
Terror.
are you?
Let's not give them the chance to show it off, shall we? Yeah. Poison ticks slower, but even still, we can just keep sticking it.
All right, this has none resistance to poison. Okay. There we go.
That'll do.
As always, Kasen is here to do the thing of like, oh, you don't have someone specialized to do this. Sorry, she's got it for you then.
This
She knows.
hand of
You can
hers
just have her
glows
do
with
it.
an awesome power.
Are you just gonna do this?
We're doing this.
Nature's nothing.
So it's wind.
Wind and dark.
Dark.
It's dark.
Mostly that
It's
dark
dark.
move.
Well,
Speaking of which,
was that third move of hers magic based or? I think it's just Kazen's first attack has some special rider on it.
What is going on?
I don't know.
Yeah, real quick.
What is
your
it?
first-
What is that attack move?
Well,
Dark
we
spell
did punch
targets
it when
is-
it had heavy, so its defense was halved.
Ah. Shock?
Can you
Sure.
shock it?
It was worth a shot, actually, because
Yeah, that's fair.
if it gets shot,
You can try poking
then-
it a few times to give it a shot.
It's a very slow boss.
Yeah,
It is
and,
very
I mean,
slow, yeah.
You definitely haven't been doing it any favors. in
Yeah,
that
you,
regard.
that heavy. It's got to do something where it like shifts its like offense and defense stats or something like that. It's just you're slowing it down so much it's not doing anything.
Yep.
Melt shell, yeah,
Melt
there it
shell.
is.
Hey, there you go.
Hey, I guess we have a chance to poison it again and just wait it out.
It's also faster now, I think.
Getting there. Quick, get out. Oh, too late.
That'll be fine.
She can swap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
Notori!
Melt again.
That wasn't ideal.
Reimu's gonna have to heal everyone, I think.
Yeah. I think you are correct.
Well, anyway. Oh.
Oh no! It's done.
Standing arm, you could just do that a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
it's-
like.
Oh no! Bursts.
Sure.
It's not resistant to nature, so maybe Noriko can do some work.
Boss is weird.
Concentrate.
I can't tell what's going on here.
Well, back to doing reliable damage, I guess.
You don't have any defense debuffs on it. Not even one right now.
Which would
My
explain this.
only reliable defense down is dead.
Yeah. I'm just saying that I think that that's part of it. It's just that there isn't any on
You
it.
can
and
do
that's
narrow confines, I guess. But yeah,
yeah,
Doc's got
there's
the
a
right of it.
chance.
Oh, heavy.
Hey, there. Great.
That's whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you
Yeah.
go.
There we go.
No.
I think heavy's just defense, not mind.
So
Maybe we
Rin
could get
should
another
be able to
wall up on
do
everybody.
something? Oh, Notori. Yeah.
Oh, Notori could also.
Did it
Murder.
lose heavy at this point,
No.
though? Not yet.
You got heavy for
Very
maybe
little
enough time.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, all right,
Nope.
there it is.
It's gone. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Fuck
That's
it.
okay.
Still hit, still did damage.
Still sizable.
Melt shell again. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's just gonna do anything else.
And there's another heavy
So
driving wall.
Diving Waltz is perfectly fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
yeah.
Yeah. You got to protect Wriggle. Could lower defense, yeah.
This also apparently targets defense according to its description, so.
And it is punching some damage through. Not a lot, but some.
I'm just gonna keep. I think this thing has very high defense down.
Error.
resist.
Great.
Right?
Yeah.
Probably for
Or
the best,
maybe
yeah.
just concentrate. Either way, I think it's a good call.
Well, we had a defense debuff, I believe, so.
I have a plan.
Yep.
Not guaranteed to work is the big problem.
Yeah. Oof. Oh.
It's fine.
I had a plan.
You were tearing through your own characters pretty hard, but this is working.
You just did this, and you were already pretty weak from walking around the dungeon.
It's fine.
Fine.
The thing is, this thing is extending its own, like, its turns are so fucking long. Anyway, we're there.
Oh.
Oh!
There you
Ooh.
go.
That piece of
That
Alexandrite.
is-
You needed that to make a really good item.
Symbol of Faith. So both defensive items, as you would expect from that thing.
Magic Iron Shield.
This one in
Magic Iron
particular is as lopsided as it gets. 100% defense resistance, 100% mine resistance, 0 to any other resistance.
Okay, so
It's a thing called
okay,
Blue
so
Orchid,
it's just over time it loses its own defense as it does the melt shell, and so you kind of just sit there until it becomes weak and then you kill it, I guess.
Okay, or you inflict heavy and have fun.
Or you inflict heavy, which turns out that right there, heavy might be extremely good for the player character. Also, you're almost at 10,000 cash already.
I'm gonna hold on.
Also, you just got almost 2,000 experience. You're 12. Nah, it's not gonna be enough for the 12
We
fights.
we pushed the stove on that one, so we got the big multipliers on what we
Yeah.
got there. Anyway, the good thing.
Hey,
though,
now we can go talk to, what's her name? Satori?
But more importantly,
But more importantly, I have obtained my favorite character in all of Touhou.
Oh, really?
Yes, I love Utsuo. Head empty, nuclear fusion.
Right.
just
you
like
mentioned her
Bart Simpson,
before. Okay.
not Bart, sorry, just like Homer Simpson.
Just like Bart
She's a big
Simpson.
dumbass, but she does work in a nuclear power plant,
Bird up.
Bird
just
up.
like Bart. just like Bart. Richard Feynman's Jungian anima, yeah.
Non-dead humans can be useful sometimes. Sorry, my mind kind of glossed over that one.
That's a very strange qualifier to put on that statement.
So, Doc, what's the whole thing with Rin versus O-Rin?
Orin's just a nickname.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just an affectionate nickname that people give her. Her name is otherwise just Rin Kaienbyo. Just Orin. It's just a fun way to say it. Just like how Oku is Utsuho's nickname.
Well, they found their fabulous prizes.
Just like
We have a
O-Rin.
bird.
Just like Bart.
Probably just
Anyway,
walk
one.
down
And
Two,
now everybody
three,
goes fucking
4.
home.
Hey, the people out front though are still here. Hey,
We
you still got more of this this bit you can explore. Don't you dare finish yet.
We could push the stove a bit more.
What's the downside? There's no downside to touching the stove further.
There's no downside to further stoving.
Yeah, I was about to say this.
And look,
has
you
to
wouldn't
be
have been
that.
able to touch this if you had left.
First aid? Yeah. Ooh.
Is that
This
health
feels like it
regen?
probably raises HP regen, if I
Yep.
had to guess.
Yes, because
Maybe.
Mona Rico already has... No, she has this. But
She has
there
the-
is something that I have that is HP regen.
First aid kit's right down there. HP
Ugh.
recovery rate -8?
HP
But base
value.
value
Oh.
Oh, shit! Look at what that does.
As in your base level up value? How does this
Yes,
work?
yes, that's what that does.
So
What
this
happens if
lowers
you
your
put that
HP
on-
recovery rate but raises the total HP.
What happens if you put that on your
On
Komachi.
Kamachi.
Kamachi.
Kamachi, hello.
Obtain largest
I'm
rebirth.
not saying it's the best idea. I'm just curious.
I'm saying it's the best idea. You must do it.
It's weird. She only gets like 240 out of it, but like people like Minaroko got.
No, she
Minariko
was getting like
came up-
200. See,
Yeah, but it's the same amount. It's only about 180. But
Because it's
it was-
base value of basically
Also-
base value
also,
of the HP. It's going to be the same for every character.
No.
It's adding-
Hold on. It's because Komichi has or Komachi has HP levels from the magic place. So she's getting a little bit more HP from it. But anyway, what if Monariko just had more HP now?
Yeah.
One day he'll get her voice. Her name right, folks. Don't worry.
I said Monariko.
Minoriko.
Minoriko.
I think you're getting one of the vowels wrong there at the first time.
Echo. Yep.
Mario.
Mario. That's correct.
Anyway,
Nice.
the last
He's
of my
done.
Hadokens. Black sticky
Black
paste.
sticky paste. Gross.
Sticky black stuff.
Before you leave, I was actually going to suggest maybe you can make it down to go talk to the person who was stuck, because you have the connection piece, right?
Who was stuck? Oh, yes.
Satori.
That's like a lot of
Yeah,
time
you're right.
down.
You might not be able to make it.
You know what I can do before I go back,
You
though?
touch the stove.
I'm gonna touch this stove.
This might be another encounter with Yukari and Yuko
Yeah,
because it is
or-
level 40.
Yeah, something like that. I'm guessing.
But first, solid ooze.
Hmm.
Sure.
I mean, if you got the button, you got the button.
Yeah, that's fair. Goodbye.
Oh, and it is blocking the staircase, too.
Which means there's got to
That
be some
sounded
sort of
like a
gimmick to
Tenchi
this.
laugh. If there's a character who would go wah ha 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 ha, it's Tenchi. Yep, got it. Called it
Damn,
one.
Tenchi.
Holy fuck, this portrait.
You know what?
What is that?
There are a few people I've seen in life who enjoy their job more than this person.
Yeah, whoever this is, she is loving her life. If she had a mustache, she'd be twirling it right now, believe me.
Tenchi is an incredibly spoiled. Okay, so here's the thing. Imagine that your parents were both incredibly good, beloved by heaven and whatnot, and so they decide to uplift your family to be celestials. Okay.
Oh.
Except Tenchi is just a kid and had done nothing to deserve it.
I see.
So Chiko became Tenchi, Hinai, and she's an unbelievably spoiled
You
piece
got
of
good
shit.
eyes, bro. Sorry, continue.
Hey.
That's not what it does.
Tenchi, why is this your personality?
It's pretty accurate, honestly.
Are you like this?
I've just never experienced Tenchi in any media yet, so this is very odd.
I like
This
her
was
hat.
before the people found out that Tenchi was very small. She's very short. She's shorter than Marisa is.
Maybe she's just floating on a rock.
How
She
tall
brought a
is
stool
Marisa?
with her.
I'm not making a joke, by the way. Tenchi floats on a rock.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
We're probably going to see that rock in about 10 seconds.
Did you listen to the sword? Please stop narrating.
That's it. I'll be making my my way through the divine tree now. Thanks.
Yep.
Wow. Interesting word choice there.
Yeah, no, that was a heck of a statement. I was just gonna let that ride, but
I mean, I get it.
no, I understand. It is it's verbal masturbation is what this is. This is definitely communication only intended for one participant.
Oh boy.
This might
Here we
actually
go.
also
Oh my
be
lord.
yeah. This is a mandatory loss. Is what this is.
Are we just boned?
I think that's the idea. This is you're supposed to be boned.
We
You're
are
supposed to lose this.
extremely just boned
Poison.
with these poisons. Oh no, we blew all our MP on the previous fight.
I'm more curious if poison even works.
Let's find out.
Poison works.
Oh my lord. Well,
Actually, it's working pretty well.
Yeah.
as it turns out, poison doesn't give a shit about stats. It just ticks, and the comet whatever lasts for fucking ever.
This might just be a boss fight you have to come back to later.
No, there's got to be some gimmick to that.
Well, it is level 40.
It's a
And
level
maybe it's
40
like-
fight. It's a
Well,
level 40 fight, Chrome.
Yeah,
She
hear
is-
me
she
out
is
on
just
this.
gonna
Maybe
hand
it's
us-
like you have to last a certain amount of turns. You only lasted, what, 5 turns there?
I don't know how much longer we could last. She deletes a party member a turn.
It was a thought. I'm not saying it's right, but
I
that might be
understand.
what it does.
It's just, even if we were to need to last a number of turns, I'm not really clear on how we would.
It was the right staircase down, if I'm remembering right.
Okay,
Maybe
I've actually
speed
looked
up-
this up.
Cherno
specifically?
hit him with an ice, and then that'll slow him down. I don't know. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
okay.
ahead, Doc.
So I've looked this up. This is something that you can just, you have to survive 10 turns. But
Alright,
if you
but-
do defeat her in that time, there is obviously a special drop because this is one of those games.
Oh,
You'll probably
no.
get that drop at like in a more reasonable way later as well. You can also, if you get her down to below 66% HP. No, okay. Yeah, if you reduce her to 66% of her health when she flees, you get a set of rewards as well. They're not incredible, but they are there. Yeah. Getting her kill prizes purely for bragging rights, basically, although it would be helpful for a while. And then getting her 66% one. That's pretty much just land Regulus move once. The poison will do it.
And then survive. Yeah.
Yeah. And then it survive.
Alright. We have our goal.
Land
And it's
poison
kill Tenchi, right?
slower, and then
It's
just
kill
keep throwing
Tenchi.
people in the way. Yeah.
Here we go. Welcome to Moko 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Well, no, you had to win against Moko, though.
I understand. It's just to spend an hour on
I
the
think
boss.
she is legitimately blocking the way forward.
Yes, that does seem fair. Oh no.
So I figured this out a while ago because she specifically put up the seal because of the negative voice she was hearing. And who was behind the seal was Ina.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look in my head.
I'm literally made of bad luck. Maybe don't read my brain. Apparently, the key to not having your mind read is to surround it with a layer of psychic stank.
I mean, yeah.
I really like this bit.
It gets me high. That's what she's saying.
If I get blasted out of my mind... You can't read my mind if I read Twitter all day is the most incredible summary of this I've ever heard.
I'm going to guess that Satori is going to be incredibly accurate, and that's going to be her main gimmick.
I guess we find out soon enough.
Maybe like high accuracy, high evasion.
And also we get her dinguses, I guess.
Oh, we already have
join
one of
our
the
growing
dinguses.
cavalcade. I guess we haven't seen what Utsuho does.
I can guarantee that Utsuho is a full blaster and nothing else.
That's fair. I can't imagine what else would be.
I wonder if she deals fire damage.
She probably deals fire damage.
Could be anything.
Maybe some spirit, if spirit's like the light damage type of this too.
Yeah.
Said
Just
it out loud.
leaning in. You talking about the power?
Dost thou desire? Anyhow.
So in the Super Robot Wars fan game, in the fourth game, you can get Aikishiki, Judge of Paradise, and all that, who has the ability to see anything in pure black or white, and that's it. Mechanically, what this is represented by is that if an attack has an over 50% chance of hitting, that means that has a 100% chance of hitting.
I see.
And if
All or
it's under
nothing.
50%, it's a 0%.
Yeah.
That's pretty fun.
Alright, time to investigate.
Girl leaving the vengeful spirit spear. Alright. Mixed attack and magic, fucking terrible defenses. Complete garbage.
Complete dog shit. Resistances aren't the worst.
It's okay.
She has 4 weaknesses. That's
Yeah.
pretty bad. Including physical.
Welcome to the
She
Cherno
hit
team. I
real
guess.
hard and then get out. Girl, even the vengeful spirit sphere. Okay.
Good MP recovery, at least.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh, right. Yeah, I remember seeing. Okay.
Mm.
You'll like this skill list. I think you'll find it interesting. Meanwhile,
Scorching, troublesome, divine flame.
that
Fire,
sounds about
220. Cold, 50.
right. Mhm.
I think that's the lowest affinity of every character that we've seen so far.
Fire, yes. Cold, no.
Mild resistance to all status effects.
Yeah.
Good MP recovery rate.
You
Bad
can't
HP
poison
recovery
an
rate.
explosion.
And yeah, Wumbo base magic.
Yeah, I wonder what her gimmick is.
She's very slow. As a Satori, actually, Satori's also very
Satori,
slow.
why is your HP so high?
Let's level them up and see what happens.
I was gonna say check
Oh,
their.
right, yes. Let's look at the numbers first. The skills.
Because Satori has something special. I think you'll like this.
Look at all those boosts.
Okay, so, or spirit. Yep, okay. Eyes that perceive reality.
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
Small MP recovery. Alright.
When you swap them out, they gain. Yep.
Wait, okay, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Enemies hit by a weakness, damage dealt increases by...
Oh,
If she
I
takes a
know what she
weakness,
does.
she boosts. Yep. Wait for it.
Okay.
Here's it.
Oh.
Yep.
She has no spell cards of her own. She
So,
just has everyone else's.
For Crumb and Vinay, in the game that she's in, there's 2 playable characters. It's just Marissa and Reimu, but each of their shot types is they're communicating with somebody back at base.
Right?
When you get to Satori, the spells that she uses are the spells of whoever your partner is.
Neat.
Yeah, Satori, I think, to this day, still has the most attacks of any character in the series.
Right. Because she's just using whatever your partner is set to.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
Brain Fingerprint is... yeah, okay. So she actually just has a generic as well. We'll always hit.
Always
Okay,
hit.
there you go.
Okay, yeah, so
also-
she does have an accuracy gimmick as well. Okay.
So let me pull up some numbers real quick, because this is a little fiddly. Spell cards cast in this way are treated as having level 0 and an extra MP cost of 6 minus the skill level.
Yeah, it's right here.
So
Okay.
it's always going to cost more, but you can reduce it to just +1.
Yeah.
But it's always skill level 0, so she's better at like casting buffs or what have you.
Right. So she can use you can double up on having Kaine or whoever. Like, you
Yeah.
can double up on all the utility effects in your party.
And then
And here she be.
Giga Flare, right there. Okay, anyway. Earth Spirit, yes, blazing.
Increase fire damage. Makes sense.
Overheating. If the user is using an offensive ability, the overheating buff will add to the user. Increase the MP consumption for the next ability by 1 and damage by 15%. The bonus will stay and stack up to a maximum of 5 times, but will wear off the user's switch from the front.
Okay, so
So-
Itsuho likes to stay out for as long as possible.
Well, yeah, except that she turns into a fucking gas guzzler.
She also has Fighting
Plus 5
Spirit.
All MP costs. Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, yeah, for sure. She likes staying out as long as possible.
She also has Sheer Force.
Good. Great. What does Giga Flare actually do? I have to know now.
Mystic Spell targets all enemies. Ignore the enemy's mind to wreak havoc on them.
Okay.
But consumes a lot of MP and has a large delay. It's 10 MP.
Yup.
Okay, so Mystic and Fire.
Intense nuclear reaction. Fire spell. After the spell, increase the caster's magic, but reduce defense, mind, and speed.
Numbers that aren't damage are for suckers.
And then Hell's Tomahawk.
No,
Five.
Tokamak.
Oh, Tokamak. Sorry.
Takamak, yeah.
Tokamak. Look,
I also thought Tomahawk. No, that's totally fair.
That's fair.
it's been 5 hours. Fire spell, all enemies can lower mind, high damage multiplier, but low base damage. So the more that you increase her magic, the more it is going to do.
A Takamak is a kind of nuclear fusion
Yeah,
reactor,
it's a
what
kind
it's
of
worth.
reactor.
And, importantly, a Takamak in just the last few days has finally put out more energy than what was consumed to burn the fuel.
Really? They
And by a
have
lot, too. We have created the
efficient
first
Tokamak.
efficient nuclear fusion reactor. Yes, and it's Takamak.
She gets 14 magical level.
They're not particularly efficient yet, but we can see how it could go even more efficient, and that's important.
Hey,
That is a lot of raw magic.
hey, Uto.
Yeah. So I figure that she's never leaving your party now.
You know, it's highly like. Oh, that's also why she's both attack and magic, is because since she can use
Yeah.
anybody else's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
That HP though.
Yeah, she's very generalist, but with a large amount of HP. Huh.
I feel as though the way that you would build her, these numbers wise, is you literally look at what you are bringing her into the fight to do. Like you would go back and just redistribute the skill points before you take her into the fight.
Oh, apparently Utsuho is the hardest to level character in the game, though. Her experience curve is very bad. I mean, she's a higher level than Kaguya is, though. I guess it changes over the course of the game.
So, on that, Kaguya, okay, yeah, a little bit, but yeah, probably the curve increases, but already, like, Kaguya is only 700 EXP behind her.
Oh, did Satori have all of the stat boost passives? That would make sense.
Yeah, she doesn't have a lot of other skills, is the thing.
Yeah.
Oh boy, is it time to put the, whatchamacallit, the happy hat on Utsuho?
Well, this is gonna be a good place to stop for the night.
That's
Yeah,
probably
especially given the Plague Internet has begun.
Plague Internet has started.
Yeah. It
Apologies.
at least waited long enough tonight.
Yep. And not exactly when I went live. Anyway. This game continues to hold up and just be a lot of fun.
New fun characters, new fun gimmicks, incredibly stupid solutions to boss fights.
Look,
All this and more.
they all worked.
I know. None of that was a drawback.
Anywho, next time.
Next time.